Okay, Chair Brandt, we are recording and broadcasting, and the webinar has been started.
Well, welcome everyone. I'd like to resume our meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board, and certainly, as you're all aware, we're having this meeting virtually rather than face-to-face, as I said yesterday, and this is because the Sacramento County went into a high transmission rate late last week, so we decided to hold this virtually and sort of out of an abundance of caution as well as for public health reasons. So I do thank Lisa for being our on-site representative in the Holiday Inn hotel meeting room. That also means we're going to be not going to be doing our field trips that had been scheduled for tomorrow. And as some of you have heard, Sacramento is under an excessive heat warning for tomorrow with a temperature of 106. So apparently there's some bit of a silver lining in our decision, I guess. So we'll move on to, well, let me talk about public comment period or public comment. And if you, for those attending in person, if you want to make a public comment, give Edmund a blue slip and turn it and tell us what item you would like to have a public comment on. And for written or oral comments, for written comments, you can email those to disb@deltacouncil.ca.gov. Or for oral comments, you can send an email to the same address or raise your hand in Zoom. And once you're recognized, we will, you can state your full name and affiliation and provide us with 3 minutes of public comment on any items you would like. So with that, we'll go for a roll call. And since we already did disclosures yesterday, this is just a roll call and to make sure we have a quorum. And so Steve Brandt here, Virginia.
Virginia Dale's here.
Joe, I believe, will be late. Tom?
Here.
And Tanya Heikkila?
Here.
Jay Lund will not be present today. Diane McKnight?
Hi, I'm here.
Bob?
I'm here also.
Obey?
I'm here.
And Lisa?
Hello.
Okay, so we have a quorum, and today's agenda is we have a number of items on today's agenda. We're going to be talking about the getting reports from both the science program and the Delta Council, and we will have some presentations by our state Sea Grant fellow as well as our 2 postdocs. We will be discussing our operating guidelines and talking about possible amendments to our guidelines, getting updates on our outreach that's being done with the reviews that we've already completed, and also talking about future reviews and upcoming meetings. So with that, I'll move right into the chair's report. And as I mentioned yesterday, I'd like to welcome Obey, who's our newest board member, started June 1st. And I also said yesterday that for the first time in 2 years, actually since July 1st of 2020, we are absolutely at full strength in every sense of the meaning of that word. And I want to, and that's great. I really look forward to some us getting back to full business again. It should be fun. So, Obey, how'd you like to spend a couple of minutes and introduce yourself?
Yeah. Thank you, Stephen. I have a long name, Jayant Obey-Sekara. They can see why they call me Obey, and I'm fine with that. So I have a background in civil engineering, but in the last 5-10 years, I've worked on climate change and sea level rise. I'm the director of the Sea Level Solutions Center and a research professor at Florida International University in the Institute of Environment. And prior to that, I spent a lot of time on water management at the Water Management District. I manage a large group of modelers. And so I worked on the National Climate Assessment in 2014 and worked on all of the sea level rise projections published by NOAA, including the one that was released this year. So my interest in this, serving on this board came from my time I spent as a member of 2 NRC committees on Bay Delta. One is the sustainability report, and maybe the other one is the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. So I was part of those 2 committees and was heavily involved in one of the chapters on climate change. I thought, Bay Delta is not as complex as the Everglades that I'm used to, but now I'm thinking it's even more complex. And I had to read up a lot. And so I was very familiar when I was interviewed for this role, what I would be looking at and the expertise I could bring in. I'd be more, I could provide input on flood protection, water supply, climate change modeling, or some of the things that typical engineer probably would do. But that was about 10 years ago. So I'm looking forward to learning more about what is happening now and provide my input. Thank you. Is that enough?
Certainly, and thank you for again wanting to join this board, and we're really looking forward to working with you. Let me just bring you up to date on a few other items. We did submit, the Delta ISB did submit its response to the Delta Science Program's assessment of the Delta ISB. We submitted that on May 31st, and a copy of that is in your meeting package. We also will be presenting our results on the water supply reliability review to the council at their June 23rd meeting. And that starts at 9 a.m. Pacific time, and the report itself will be released, I believe, next week. So the final polished copy of the report. Another item is we will be presenting our results of the monitoring enterprise review to DPIC on July 18th from 1 to 3. The DPIC meeting in general is going to be focused on monitoring itself, and there will be some other folks presenting monitoring as well. So, and we'll be presenting our full results to DPIC. By we, I mean, I believe it's Tanya, Virginia, and Joe, and myself in some form or another. The other item has to do with the chair position. As you know, my term expires, thankfully, my term expires on August 31st after 2 years, and I move into the past chair, and Lisa takes over as chair on September 1st. And therefore, the chair-elect position will be open. We asked for volunteers and talked to, I think at the time, in the past few weeks, there's, I think, about 5 folks that are eligible to be the chair and chair-elect. And by eligible, I mean they're not rotating off and they were on board and things like that. So, despite arm twisting, all 5 of those individuals at this time feel that they are fully committed and wouldn't be able to put the sufficient time into it at this stage. That can always change. And so what we thought we would do is postpone the election until probably towards the end of the year. And when we'll have 2 more, we got Obe starting just on June 1st, and then 2 more members starting before the end of the year. What that in essence means is that slot, that the chair-elect position would be a chair-elect serve in that position for 20 months rather than 24 months. So it's really not a huge difference in how we operate, and that would mean that the leadership would just be Lisa and myself for that 3 or 4 months in the fall. And we've done this before, so unless anyone wants to have an election or feels they want to nominate someone or be nominated anytime between now and then, we'll be more than welcome to have the board consider that. But we think that by the end of the near the end of the calendar year, we would expect some folks to be interested in stepping forward and taking on that important position. So I want you all to rethink your nose, and you'll have another opportunity towards the end of the year to put your name in the ring. So as chair-elect, Lisa has decided, I think, very smart move to begin to learn more about the Delta by visiting and meeting with a number of individuals, and that's part of why she's here earlier. She's meeting with a variety of folks to learn about how the Delta is governed and who does what, and just getting to know and meet in a meet and greet session to some individuals. And I think that process will continue over the next few months before she takes the reins. And finally, I wanted to highlight that you're all aware that we've received a number of correspondence as well in public comments as part of your meetings package. We have in there are 4 letters or memos from California Water Research that cover a number of topics ranging from the voluntary agreement framework to the Senate proposal and budget issues related to things that may affect the Delta Independent Science Board. And we've also received from the Sierra Club, well, I think, I forget the count now, but it's well over 800 letters that are encouraging us to use best available science in our review of EIR. So I encourage you to read all of those. If you have any questions or something, we can certainly discuss those, but make sure there's some really interesting and valuable information in those letters and so forth. We will be getting, Ryan Stanborough will be giving us a legislative update that will cover some of these topics as well in the council report today. So I think that covers anything I was going to say. Does any board members have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Eben, any public comments on my comments?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have been given permission to unmute your microphone. Please state your name and affiliation before providing your comment.
Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I just wanted to express my profound gratitude to Steve Brandt for his leadership of the Delta Independent Science Board during a time of profound difficulty. As you know, the board was paid by contract and the contracts were abruptly rescinded from approval by the Department of General Services at the end of June 2020. And the board worked with no contracts through November 2020, and then got paid $100 per diem. And I got involved in March 2021 when I realized there was an ongoing crisis, and I went back and I looked at the videos, and Steve's leadership was extraordinary. He pulled people together. He laughed and joked and used humor to deal with the situation. And I want to say that when I realized that the science board kept meeting for 3 months when there wasn't even the Delta Stewardship Council chair and executive director weren't attending, and they had no contracts, I literally broke down crying because of the extraordinary dedication of all of you and Steve. And I work in the realm of trying to ensure that the state uses best available science. And I think maybe I have a greater appreciation for what the board does and how critically important the independent peer review and oversight. And without Steve, I don't think there would be a board. And Steve and Jay showed extraordinary courage in reaching out to the legislature in December 2020 and saying that they wanted to work with the legislature on with the governor and the legislature on a solution. And that's ultimately what saved the board. I stepped in and organized a coalition of groups, and there was universal support for the Independent Science Board. People recognize how incredibly important it is. But it was ultimately Jay and Steve that saved the board. So I know it must have taken so many hours, and I just have to thank you again. That's all.
Well, thanks, Deidre. I need to say that we did not pay you for those comments, so I did not pay you for those comments. So thanks for that, and Jay certainly is equally helpful in this. When we wrote that letter, I don't want to go back over the past because I want to look forward to the future and a productive future. But when we wrote the letter to the governor's office, we both figured that would be our last official act with the board, and thankfully we were not fired at that stage or arrested. I know in one of your comment letters you asked the leadership for some questions to reconstruct some of the history, and I do intend to answer specifically those questions that you raised, and I'll send you a note to that probably tomorrow to answer those questions. Okay, thank you again. Any other public comments?
There are none.
Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is the make sure I get this right, the Delta Stewardship Council report, and I believe Virginia will be leading that effort.
Good morning again, Dr. Brandt, and again, good morning to all the members of the Independent Science Board. It's good to be with you today, and I'm not turning on my video on purpose because I wouldn't do that to you. I had a little complication with a root canal, so I feel like I have a melon literally growing out of my cheek. So I did plan to join you at the Holiday Inn, but obviously I see that you also had some or made some adjustments, if you will, given the number of increase with COVID cases in Sacramento County. So I truly respect your decision on changing to a virtual platform. I wanted to share with you some of the highlights from our last Delta Stewardship Council meeting. And first and foremost, I wanted to share that unfortunately we had to postpone our chair election due to having 2 members absent from the meeting. And it was there was a discussion from some of our council members that we really did need to have a full council to make that decision. And I absolutely supported that motion and decision. The key highlight, however, was the day tour that we took and that was put together by our staff. It truly was a great opportunity to get out into the field and experience the Delta in its full glory up close and personal. We had the opportunity to go out to the Delta taking a boat at the Pirates Lair Marina, and it was guided by our watermaster, George Michael, accompanied by John Burrow. We also received an important update from the Delta Adapt staff. And of course, it's always good to, again, get those updates and see truly the reflection of their work as we were on the Delta. Upon completion of our Delta boat tour that encompassed the emergency drought barrier and Frank's Tract, and of course, some of the surrounding areas, due to whether we weren't able to get out to every single one of the locations that we had intended, but we could get access and did manage to get especially drenched due to the tides that day. But our day concluded with an environmental justice discussion with some of our environmental justice group members, which included Barbara Berrigan Perea, of Restore the Delta. This trip, along with the former 3-day Bay Delta tour that I was able to take a few weeks ago with the Water Education Foundation, really has cemented for me personally how critical our role is in protecting and enhancing the Delta. But I also recognize that we have a lot of work to do to help promote and have people understand the importance of our work and collaboration in working with the Independent Science Board. As I meet new people along the way and share about the exciting work being done by the Delta Stewardship Council, I also take the opportunity to recognize and highlight the importance of the work that the Independent Science Board does. The Delta Stewardship Council looks forward to the ISB coming to our meeting this month to discuss the water supply reliability review that you just mentioned. And I look forward to continuing to work with you, Dr. Brandt, and the ISB members, and of course, look forward to working with Chair-elect Lisa Wenger. And again, want to express my sincere appreciation for all the great work that you do in helping to protect our Delta. I will now turn it over to Ryan Stanbra, who will give you the remaining portion of our report. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Madueño. Good morning, board members. Ryan Stanbra, I'm the Chief Deputy Executive Officer at the Council. For this morning, what I wanted to do was provide a little bit of a budget update. Here we sit June the 9th, so we are really kind of in the thick of budget discussions and budget developments. However, before providing you kind of with the latest, I wanted to step back and provide you with a little bit of a summary of particularly the May 10th Senate budget proposal, and specifically the portion of the Senate budget proposal related to climate and climate adaptation and really energy. And as it relates to the board, there was two aspects in there that I would highlight. The first was a proposal that would appropriate $100 million for this funding to go towards advancement of voluntary projects that would create wetland habitat and improve flood protection. Specifically, the Independent Science Board's role is called out here to provide a monitoring and oversight role. And then the second aspect would provide an additional $100 million to a number of agencies to improve water management, science, and agency coordination. The Independent Science Board is specifically noted here, as well as the State Board, Fish and Wildlife, the Water Commission, and the Department of Water Resources. I would note on both aspects of this May 10 Senate budget proposal, in terms of additional details, intent, how that would be executed, who would receive the money, those details are all absent from this proposal on May 10th. So what I basically summarized for you is really as much detail as currently was available on May the 10th. So fast forwarding to last week, when the two houses of the legislature announced a joint budget agreement, and what was and what I would call, I think more accurately, I would refer to the agreement as more of a framework. The legislature, as some of you may be aware, California has a little bit of a unique requirement in its constitution that requires the legislature to pass a budget by June the 15th in order for the legislature to continue to be compensated. Obviously, here in California, the fiscal year begins on July the 1st. And what we are going to see in terms of what I would anticipate, here we sit on June the 9th, what I would anticipate seeing is a budget framework, much like what was agreed to by the legislature, passed on June the 15th, and negotiations continuing with the administration up until the beginning of the fiscal year on July 1. As it relates specifically to the Senate budget proposal that I mentioned on May the 10th, there is, in the joint legislative agreement, there is a $21 billion placeholder, if you will, for climate adaptation funding. There is, which is basically the subject of, will be a major subject, I would imagine, of further negotiation with the administration. So at this point, it's currently unclear to what extent, if any, the ISB will be specifically noted, mentioned in the final budget. Certainly something that we will continue to keep an eye on behalf of the board and provide updates as quickly as possible. I would note, given that budget developments are likely to take place before the next board meeting, I will certainly work to keep the chairship informed on latest developments, and certainly anticipate being back before the board in July to provide any updates that are available at that time. Mr. Chair, at this point, that wraps up my brief remarks, but I would welcome questions from board members.
Okay. Virginia, anything else, or that's the?
No, I believe that concludes our entire report, Dr. Brandt.
Okay, thank you. I did have Ryan just a question or two. One is that the clearly, if there's any new language that assigns the board new responsibilities, we certainly want to pay close attention to that and that alone, and also to the budget implications for the budget cost of doing that, and looking for ways. It's not like we don't have a budget, so we don't actually do things with money. Money supports our contracts and some of the staff that support us, and now our postdocs. But we have used money in the past through the program in the sense of when for the MER review to contract out people to do some of the legwork, in this case the monitoring inventory that helped us achieve doing that review. So I can see mechanisms for doing that, and so I think there are ways to for us to spend money, but we need to know that there's money there to spend, and so we don't just get assigned a new responsibility, and particularly one that seems fairly major without having that that allocation. So hopefully the council will represent us if there's any negotiations or discussions, and of course we'd be happy to chat at any time on any of those issues or questions.
No, appreciate that, Chair Brandt, and absolutely. And looking at the, to your point, and looking at the first aspect of the Senate's proposal, envisioning a role for the board to play kind of a monitoring and oversight role would be something different and unique from what the board typically has done in the past. So I think certainly things that we are keeping an eye on in terms of not only roles, appropriate authorities, and certainly as developments occur, would anticipate certainly keeping the board apprised.
Yeah, oversight is a word that's used in our original language as part of our responsibility, and but if there's another whole big body of things to have oversight over, that's where the extra effort comes in. So
yeah, this envisions, from what I can tell once again of the few lines, it would be project specific oversight rather than more program based. So a little unique, a little different, but certainly, yeah.
Yes, Tom.
I just had a clarification question. When you talked about the 21 billion or million for climate adaptation, I heard billion, but that sounded kind of large.
Billion with a B, you are correct, Tom.
Could you just briefly describe the scope of how 21 billion would be spent?
So it is intended, let me see if I can switch over because I want to make sure I'm accurately representing what it is. I think it is looking at climate adaptation, drought resilience, improving energy efficiency. It really runs the gamut, restoration projects as well. So it runs the gamut of really, it's climate adaptation, capital C, capital A. But in terms of specifics, that is something that is very much still up to negotiation. So we have a sense of some of the broad categories, but in terms of particulars of how that $21 billion or likely, I would also just note that that number is also subject to change as well. So $21 billion is what the legislature is proposing. Obviously, the administration plays a significant role in the budget process, and something that so that number could change, the scope could change as well. So it's really my advice at this point is I wouldn't draw any final or solid conclusions until further information is available.
Thank you.
And for board members that are interested, I note that the council gets a regular legislative update, and I think at the April legislative update, there was a document, it's a public document that lists a variety of bills being considered, and I think some of those are quite interesting. There's a nice succinct description of those. One dealing with multi-species conservation plan, others dealing with water supply reliability and so forth. So I think that it's a quick read to have a look at those, and if there's any of those that you see, board members, that we would like to pay closer attention to, that's that April, I believe it's an April 27th document for the April council meeting legislative report. I think it's in your materials. Any other questions for the council? Well, thanks again, Ryan, and thank you, Virginia, for being here, and hopefully your tooth gets better.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to, oh, wait, any public comments on this?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Please provide your name and affiliation.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. As you know, we hired a lobbyist last year to help with lobbying for the board to get their funding restored. And I've been working with the lobbyists and also we have a coalition of the same groups that I pulled together to support the Independent Science Board that's lobbying for the Senate climate budget plan. So I do have more up-to-date information than Ryan, and I'm want to give it to you. So the final budget is being voted on today, and it has 21 billion in it. There is no additional appropriations for the Delta Stewardship Council. I asked Senator Bob Wachowski, who's the chair of the the Senate Budget Subcommittee, if there was any additional funding for the board's increased responsibilities, and there wasn't any. I've been trying to contact both the Delta ISB leadership, and I wrote a urgent letter to the entire Delta Stewardship Council asking the council to engage. And I'm very concerned that the council is sort of sitting on their hands and taking a passive role rather than engaging and saying the board would need funding for some additional scientists on contract. The entire package is $100 million, so that would be a small percentage, and it was entirely reasonable. And Senator Wachowski was open to those discussions, but we weren't able to get that allocation in the budget because the Stewardship Council took a passive role, and they're updating you, but at this point, it may not be possible to get increased funding this year because there is no increased allocation. They are finalizing that. We can try to see, but I'm very concerned in general that there's nobody. I literally wrote a letter advocacy asking the Senate budget analysts to contact the board leadership and find out what you needed. Apparently that didn't happen, and I'm concerned that the information wasn't conveyed by the Stewardship Council either. And I did bring up that this is a similar thing that happened in 2020 to 21 when there was a change to employment. It was going to be you were going to be changed to employees at 20 hours a month, and it was partly and the email chain indicates it was partly a budget reduction. It would have reduced the cost per member from 75,000 a year to 50,000. And that would have made a maximum of 20 hours a month, would have made a need for more staff. And the discussion just didn't happen. And the board, then they found out they couldn't pay people $200 an hour as employees, and you ended up getting $100 per diem. They went through the entire fiscal year with no additional staff. And this is just, I'm sorry, this is not acceptable administration of the board, if I may speak frankly. And I think the Delta Stewardship Council needs to step up. There needs to be somebody who's clearly responsible for acting in the interest of the board and conveying their needs to the budget committee in a timely way. Otherwise, you know, it's not appropriate. And I did let the chair and executive director of the Stewardship Council know about this well in advance. They could have engaged. And I don't know what to do about it, but we are watching this and we are concerned.
Okay, thanks, Deidre. I've not been contacted about budget issues. I do think, as I mentioned earlier, if there's going to be some really enhanced responsibilities, I think it's going to be extremely challenging for us to take that on without some budget to either contract or hire others to help out on this. So,
respectfully, Chair, I think those discussions need to happen. If the Stewardship Council didn't ask for additional funding for those responsibilities, maybe the science program needs to consider allocating some other funding. I wish that I didn't need to keep stepping in and doing this kind of advocacy for the board, but I have needed to do that again this year.
okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board or any other public comments?
No additional public comment.
Okay, then I guess we move on to item number 8, which is the Delta Lead Scientist Report, be given by Laura Larson.
Good morning, board members, and welcome to OBI. It's nice to see you here. I just wanted to start out by thanking the Delta Independent Science Board for their response to the Delta Science Program's assessment. Thank you very much for the thoughtful letter and for all of the discussion that went into the letter. We have been listening with great interest at the science program, and we hear your request to integrate the Delta Independent Science Board's reviews into the Delta Science strategy. This is something that feeds nicely into ongoing discussions we're having within the program about the update of the science plan and the role that the science strategy plays in that science plan. And so this is a discussion that we will continue to have internally and with the ISB, and we look forward to seeing how those discussions play out. We are also supportive of the Delta Independent Science Board's efforts to expand and deepen their interactions with diverse stakeholders during all phases of review development and continuing to engage with the ISB on the communications front. So thank you very much for that. Moving on, I do have some news from the science program. Our Deputy Executive Officer for Science, Dr. Louise Conrad, has taken a position as the Department of Water Resources lead scientist. So this is very bittersweet for us. She's going to do fantastic things in her new role and be hugely influential in it. But she's been at the head of the science division in the Delta Stewardship Council and has provided excellent leadership for all of us. And so everyone is quite sad to see her go. The position has been advertised as of yesterday, and so we are working on a replacement as soon as possible. Next item that I have on my list is that I just wanted to share with you all that I give quarterly presentations for the State Water Resources Control Board meeting. And I was asked by the Delta Water Master, Michael George, to present on the discussions that have been taking place on monitoring, both within the ISB and in CAMP/CSAMP. And so Steve was kind enough to share some slides with me that he had formerly presented at the council. And I was able to present an abbreviated version of the Monitoring Enterprise Review Report to the State Water Resources Control Board. And this was on May 24th. It was a report that took place at the end of a very long day of negotiations about drought restrictions. The report actually took place after 5 p.m. on that day because the meeting went so long. And so there was not a lot of back and forth with board members at that point, but there was definitely interest. And I think they appreciated receiving information about the Monitoring Enterprise Review Report. Any questions about that before I move on? Okay, so there's a couple of items that I wanted to report out on that might help inform your science needs assessment. And one relates back to our adaptive governance lunchtime seminar series. This was a series that was organized by Chelsea Batavia within the Delta Science program to look at different aspects of governance within the Delta. And it took the form of 3 different lunchtime presentations. So the third one took place on May 5th, and it focused on adaptive governance. And the panel featured your very own Tanya Hekela, the council's Harriet Ross, who has been working on the Delta Adapts program. And the other 2 members were Hannah Gosnell at Oregon State University and Nusha Ajami, who's now with Lawrence National Laboratory. It was just a really fantastic and thought-provoking set of presentations and conversations. You know, people in the science program have just been raving about how transformative this seminar was for their thinking about governance. And so I would encourage you all who weren't able to attend the seminar in the moment to go to the council's YouTube website where you could access recordings of the 3 adaptive governance seminars. And then the other thing I wanted to report out on is the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's requested water temperature midterm review. So this is an advisory review panel that the Delta Science program is chairing. So I just wanted to start out with a reminder of the role that the Delta Science program plays in peer review. So the Delta Science program organizes 2 different types of peer review panels, both review panels and advisory panels. Review panels are typically requested to review documents that agencies have put together, or in some cases programs or models, and provide input on the science that went into those documents. Advisory panels are convened at earlier stages before a product is available. They're convened to give input on the development of processes, programs, plans, or products. And all of the review products and processes are conducted in a fully transparent manner. So the Delta Science program's role here does differ from the periodic high-level review of programs or issues conducted by the Delta Independent Science Board or the National Research Council. And one important difference between your high-level reviews and the reviews that we conduct within the science program is that our review panels receive a specific charge for each review or advisory effort. And that charge is usually developed collaboratively, but approved by myself. And I also have final approval over the composition of the panels. So back in January, the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation requested an external independent advisory panel to review their water temperature monitoring program. Now, the water temperature monitoring program is a part of the Central Valley program's reservoir management. So as part of that, the Bureau of Reclamation must continuously adapt and update modeling capabilities to manage water temperature. So this is regulatory, a regulatory requirement for them. In fact, the 2019 biological assessment and proposed action directs Reclamation to continue to, as a part of a collaborative model development effort, develop a new model for the upper Sacramento River system. This water temperature model development project includes data collection and also development of a set of physically based tools within a modeling platform to provide short-term and long-term monitoring assistance to resource managers who are attempting to balance water resources for downstream uses and temperature needs for wildlife. So this effort, or the geographic scope of this water temperature monitoring program, covers the northern system. It covers Shasta Lake, Keswick Reservoir, Trinity Lake, Lewiston Reservoir, Whiskeytown Reservoir, the American River system, which includes Folsom Lake and Lake Natoma, and also the Stanislaus River system, which includes the New Melones, Tulloch, and Goodwin reservoirs. These are all Central Valley Program reservoirs. So we are proceeding with convening this independent advisory panel facilitated by the science program, and their charge is to review temperature models, the model framework, and implementation of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's water temperature monitoring program for the Shasta, Keswick, Sacramento River system. This is actually a two-part panel, with the first panel convening to cover the geography that I just described on July 19th through 20th, so next month. And then the final review will take place in summer of 2023. And that review will really focus on reviewing the temperature model framework at application for the entire Central Valley project. The findings and recommendations from the panel are going to provide guidance to Reclamation for continuing to improve these modeling tools that predict water temperature in short timeframes for real-time operations, seasonally for developing temperature management plans, and across longer timeframes for planning studies. The panelists are, there's biographical information for the panelists that is available on the Delta Science Program's website. The panelists include Ted Steisberg, who's chairing the panel. He's with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Todd Rasmussen from the University of Georgia, who will serve as the lead author. Bart Nielsen from the University of Washington. Laurel Stratton Garvin from USGS in Oregon. And Danielle Tonina from the University of Idaho. So I'm happy to answer any questions about that review panel or anything else that I've reported on today.
Thanks, Laurel. First of all, give Louise Conrad our absolute best wishes, and we're really sorry to see her go. She's been such a solid and source of expertise, and she certainly is going to be missed. Secondly, you did mention the science needs assessment, and I forgot to mention in my report that we've actually made some progress on that. And we've brought in the postdocs and part of our discussion and part of our helping us out to do that. So hopefully we're thinking about breaking it into two reports, one report that describes everything we did and everything that came out of those workshops and panels and so forth, and then a second more short report that would make specific recommendations that would come back through the board for us to deal with that, including the governance issue that you mentioned. So thanks for that. I see Lisa's hands.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so thanks, Laurel, for that update. It's so helpful to hear what's going on. So this may be too big a question for this conversation, but could you give me a little bit of perspective on the scopes of the different reviews, the monitoring reviews that are going on, the CSAMP, the CAMPT, and the MER? How do their scopes overlap? Are they complementary? Are they redundant? I'm trying to get a feel for how well we're doing in grading different activities.
Yeah, Lisa, I'd be happy to give you a more detailed briefing on that. So there is some overlap in the scopes, but many of the reviews, many of the other reviews that were covered in the CSAMP CAMP series of discussions were focused on specific review programs, whereas the ISB's review covered all of them. So, and you know, some of them were more technical in nature. For instance, the IEP's pilot review is part of a 10-year review process that they have underway to really look at some of the extremely technical issues associated with their monitoring programs, such as catchability of certain species of fish and how we correct for biases related to catchability. So they did a much deeper dive on some of the technical aspects of reviews within their review. Then you have the 6-agency redesign, which is focused on primarily on monitoring that supports the biological or supports the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and Department of Water Resources long-term operations and the biological opinions associated with those. So that's a more limited set of reviews again than what the Delta Independent Science Board covered. So I actually have a table that lays out these scopes that I would be happy to share with you, and maybe I could send that to Edmund and he could send that out to the whole board.
Thank you. That was a perfect level of detail.
Laurel, Laurel, what are the 3 groups that are presenting at DPIC? Do you recall?
Amanda, are you here? I just want to, I don't have that information open in front of me and I want to make sure I don't misspeak.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Yeah, so we have the Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Program. So that's Bruce DeGenero that runs that. And then Carl Wilcox, who's been leading what they're calling the 6-agency review, which has been kind of a review of the monitoring programs managed by the Interagency Ecological Program. So those 3, so those will be the 2 additions talking about the monitoring efforts that are currently under, or the monitoring reviews that are currently underway, in addition to the larger review that the ISB conducted.
So those 3 will present at the DPIC meeting, and we're planning to share information before we go into there and see each other's results. So, any other questions for Laurel? So, Laurel, I'm going to ask you a tough question, and it's just because of what we just were talking about budgets and so forth, and it got me thinking about, you know, we as a board don't have a budget, so we can't go out and buy pencils or anything because we don't have a budget that we know of. And so I'm wondering if there was money associated with our new responsibilities, how would we use it? And it seems to me one of the ways that we could do it is, you mentioned the advisory panels and the review panels, which are, I presume, paid panels targeting reviews on having a specific charge. And that seems to be one way that if we got a bunch of new assignments, we could formulate some of these review panels to do deep dives on certain components of projects. As Ryan said, that's probably going to be more on a project basis and with our oversight. Is that a possibility?
Steve, I think this discussion is actually premature. Yeah, it would require a change in governance structure and a change in operating procedures. So I think this is a discussion that we need to have as these developments become more certain or not.
Okay.
But
And
I will say that we are very open to engaging in these discussions should the ISB have new responsibilities associated with them.
okay.
We'll continue to work closely with you to forge a path forward. I don't think we're ready to talk about this yet.
Yeah, and it's more broader than relating to that particular bill, because I know Bob has brought this up before, bringing in folks or panels, and we do that all the time, as you know, for workshops and panels and things like that, and as well as the ESSA contract for the MER review. So anyways, I'm just thinking about these things as we're moving along. Any other questions for Laurel? Okay, any public comment? Oh, wait, Bob, go ahead.
I guess respectfully disagree with Laurel on this, is that this is the way Deidre presented it. First of all, I thank her for really bringing up the issue, but it's not a one-off. This is something that's going to reoccur probably with every legislative season. And I'm not yet convinced that we as a board, we're ready to act quickly on these kinds of developments. And it seems to me in the next few weeks, if I understand the budget process correctly, is potentially a lot may happen relatively soon. And we haven't even talked about it. And we don't seem to have a real strategy for moving forward should something happen. And I think it would be in our best interest to at least have some preliminary discussions on about how we might move ahead should something occur. Now, it may not occur on this cycle, but I would bet you anything that it'll reoccur again in the next legislative season. And we ought to at least have, I would say, some familiarity with how we might respond and be able to do it quickly. So I would think it would be timely, if anything, just to have some preliminary conversations now about, what we might need should something like this happen. We get new responsibilities, whatever they may be. So that when it does happen, which it certainly will happen someday, is that we're at least prepared and we know how to work together as a team to respond effectively to a legislative mandate. So my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Bob, and that scoping out what is feasible and also there may be creative ways to do this, or there may be legal constraints in certain areas, and there may be other opportunities in others. But having an array of options for us in general to seek outside expertise or subcommittees or panels and things like that, I think it's good to brainstorm on those sorts of things so that when the time comes we have some ideas laid out. Any other thoughts, questions? Have we done public comment on this yet, Devin?
No,
We haven't. We actually have one if we're ready to take public comments. It's from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I did want to say that as soon as I found out about the May 10th proposal, I let the Delta Independent Science Board leadership know, and I also let Dr. Larson know. Dr. Larson immediately asked me to support the modeling collaboratory that she's proposing. And I did say that the NGO and fishing and environmental groups had some concerns about it. It's particularly from my own experience with DWR's modeling. that, you know, that we be involved, that there be some independent peer review. So we couldn't immediately support it. I did send Dr. Larson a link to the town hall with Senator Wachowski, and Dr. Larson did say that she wanted to speak to Senator Wachowski in her official position as Delta lead scientist. And I did follow up and ask her, I wanted to ask her about her view of the Independent Science Board. I am concerned the lead scientist is a federal position, and the role of the Delta Independent Science Board is actually encoded in federal law. And so, you know, these kind of, the oversight by the ISB has never been fully funded. There's an unprecedented $97 billion state surplus this year. It's larger than the entire budget of any other state in the union. It's being allocated for climate adaptation. There's this proposal for the Delta Independent Science Board. For the Delta Independent Science Board to get more scientists on contract is just budget dust. But I want to see more, frankly, more transparency. I had hoped to get a report by the lead scientist. I asked both the lead scientist and the Stewardship Council chair if I could talk to them about the role of the ISB. And it's just, my husband is Vice Provost and Dean of Undergraduate Education at the University of California, Santa Cruz. He regularly deals with these kind of budget issues. And honestly, I'm a little concerned about turfiness, and that there seems to be a sense that the Independent Science Board is its own thing, and we should and people are advocating for more positions for the science program or more funding, but not for the science board. And I think the science board used to be seen as an integral part and critically important. And we worked very hard to change perceptions about the science board. There was a narrative last year going around the administration that the science board, nobody was just an obscure little board and nobody knew why they existed. And we did a huge Twitter social media campaign on based on March for Science, and tweeted to the governor and the Secretary of Natural Resources and lots of folks. But there is universal support, and there is now commitment by the agency heads. Carla Namath, Joaquin Esquivel, the state board head. We got the governor's office to sign SB1, and we'd like to see the same commitment in the Delta Science Program. And I would like to get a report, Laurel, and I would like you to follow up and discuss with me and with this NGO and fishing and Delta stakeholders I work with, because the Independent Science Board is critically important for those stakeholders.
Thank you, Deirdre. I will say that I, as well as others in the science program, have been working multiple channels to promote what the Independent Science Board is doing and share information about your products and your findings, and are engaged in conversations on how to best support them. That science communication to upper leadership is a key part of what we do in the science program, and we're continuing to seek ways to improve. And Deirdre, I have not responded to all of your emails yet, mostly just because my meeting days have been packed from 8 to 5:30. But I will respond to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. I hate to make a joke now, but budget dust, boy, that's an interesting term. Maybe we ought to turn it into budget crumbs and we'll be better off. So we're scheduled for a 15-minute break now, so let's take that and reconvene at 10:20 Pacific time. Edmund, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, I think we'll start out with the slide first, and then I'll walk through the then go to the guidance document itself.
Give a second to make sure our AV crew is ready. Travis, are you back?
Yeah, Chair Brandt, we are recording and broadcasting.
Okay, we will move on to item number 9, which is our revisions to the operating guidelines. The operating guidelines were last revised, I believe, in June of 2020, and we have been looking at it for to do a couple further revisions. And what I'd like to do today is walk through kind of 3 content level revisions and see if board members have any other suggestions. And then the idea would be that we would do a tracked changed revision to the guidelines based on those changes in content, bring those back for approval by the board at our July meeting. And in order to change the guidelines, we are required to have a 2/3 majority vote on those changed guidelines. So the 3 content areas that are being proposed, Edmund, can you have the next slide? Really fall into 3 categories. These highlighted areas are parts of the guidelines. And after I'm done talking about these, we'll just scan through the guidelines online, and you can see where those things will be changed and what the nature of it is. The first is under scope and purpose. We would use we would update that section with new language from Senate Bill 821. And largely, they have added a new element to our responsibilities, and it says, notwithstanding, I'm reading it from the Senate Bill 821, notwithstanding being appointed and administered by the council, members of the Delta Independent Science Board shall not be employees of the Delta Stewardship Council and shall exercise their scientific judgment and perform the functions set forth in this section independently from the council. And so we would add that language into that section and clean it up. There's some things in that section that don't relate to us, and so we would that would be the content change, is just updated with the new language. The second is under reporting relationships. Currently, under that section, we have just 1 sentence, and we would like to add to that the following points. One is that the importance of the Delta Board's independence to make our results trusted. This largely comes out of the Hastings report. To restate that our reviews are required to be presented to the council. That is already in there. Then we would also expand and say our reviews should, I'm not sure if that's a should or could, or also be presented to DPIC, individual agencies, the state legislature, and or other bodies to enhance adoption of recommendations. And then we would add a few more sentences on the importance of outreach and potential mechanisms such as publication and so forth. So those last 2 points are to, again, comes right out of the Hastings report, to expand our reporting options to DPIC, other agencies, maybe perhaps the state legislature and so forth. And the idea would be to write that language to not to be prescriptive, but to be to allow those sorts of things and suggest that we ought to look at those options. The third change is under operations. Normally, when you look under operations, we talk about, in operations, we just say, before we start a review, we will put together a prospectus, and then it outlines in fair detail what should be in that prospectus in terms of the purpose of the review and the audience and how we're going to do the review. And what we would do is add a sentence or 2 prior to that, and to add language to reflect our increased effort to solicit topic, audiences, and purposes of reviews prior to doing the formal prospectus. So we're doing that already, but this would be part of our guidance. Then we first go out and put together a lot of effort to seek what the most appropriate review topics might be before we do the prospectus. So those are three what I would say is content changes that are being proposed. And I know for those of you who don't live and breathe the guidance, this may be difficult to follow. So I'm just going to run through our guidelines. If Edmund can put that up, and hopefully, and we're going to just scan through this fairly quickly, just get you a sense of what's in it, and for those who are listening as well. The first section is we talk about purpose and scope. And I'm trying to move this down. I guess I can't move this down. Edmund has to do it. If you just keep scanning through that, Edmund, for the next page or so, it talks about really what's in the Delta Reform Act and what's stated as our responsibilities. And we're going to clean that up a little bit. And like if you look at this section here, where it says provide oversight and so forth, this is where that's taken directly out of the language in the Delta Reform Act, and we are going to be adding another bullet to this that is reflects the new language. Scan down and keep going to the next section. Membership, there may be some edits, but no content change to membership. Scan down. No content change to the chair-elect and chair positions. And keep scanning to the next section. Okay, reporting relationships. Now, this section just says they are approved and report to the council. And we are going to change that section and talk about the importance of our independence. As I mentioned, that our reviews, we don't report to the council, but our reviews are required to be presented to the council. And then add in here that our reviews are also could be presented to other entities like DPIC and agencies and stakeholders and so forth. And then add a sentence or two about the importance of outreach of our review material. And that would be no more than a short paragraph, but that would be a change to that section. And finally, under operations, if you can scan to about the middle of that, Edmund, right here is fine. That's good. You'll see that that paragraph starts out with prior to undertaking an internally generated review, we're going to put together a prospectus, and then these are the items that are contained in that prospectus, which goes out for public review: the motivation, intended audience, inputs, time frame, expected products and outcomes, and so forth. We're not going to change that, but what we're going to do is at the beginning of that paragraph is say prior to generating a prospectus, we in essence would do our due diligence to solicit topics and audiences and purposes of reviews prior to selecting a review. And that also is a reflection of something that came out of the Hastings report. And that's pretty much the main changes. I think if you scan down just to let other people know what's in here, there's the meetings, there's the relationship between our program staff support, the next, and keep going, correspondence, reports, and then I think it goes into conflict of interest. And we don't really propose to change any of that stuff other than possibly some edits and clarification, but no content change. So that's basically what we're thinking about. Jay put a lot of effort into this, and unfortunately he's not here today, but I see have some questions. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it could be more explicit in referring to getting input from stakeholders early in the process. What we're trying to do with the subsidence review right now is to talk to the stakeholders, but we'll be the ones making the decisions about what science we're going to be looking at, but understanding better their the problems that they confront helps us make that decision. So being explicit that we talk to stakeholders in the development of a prospectus, not just to pick the topic of the prospectus. We sort of know what that is sometimes ahead of time. It's getting their, their take on the problem.
Thanks, Tom. That was the intent of the change we were going to make to that operations section, but I think your language is far more succinct about that. And I think that's good.
Yeah, it just needs to be more explicit.
Yeah, and again, our trying to think about how I think we can change it and edit it. I don't know if we need approvals for wordsmithing, but maybe in a case like this, we would, if people agree that that's a reasonable thing to try, at this stage, we can try editing it, and maybe send it around to a couple of people to get it to be, make sure it's beefy enough. Okay, Bob?
Thanks, Steve. I have something to say that I think might be uncomfortable for some folks, but I'm going to say it anyway, and hopefully I do it in a good way. I think one of the changes, if it can be considered, has to do with internal communication. And it may be a change under operations or under meetings, I'm not sure. But I personally, I think one of the greatest impediments that we have as a board is our inability for the board members to internally discuss some of the issues in a way that's doesn't always have to be public. And I think, I'm not talking about, since we're not a policy making board, but rather we're talking about science issues, I think it would improve our eventual output and products if we were able to discuss some of these topics internally without having public scrutiny all the time. And I know there are other federal groups and boards and so forth that are able to do that, and it's not clear to me, still isn't clear to me, why we are not doing it. As it is, we talk among ourselves in groups of basically 2 people, sometimes 3, but we don't. But everyone is not engaged in a kind of a full discussion of how we might address or respond to some of the issues. And if there is a way, maybe there isn't a way, but if there is a way that we can do this, I think it would, in the end, make our products a lot better. And probably a lot more timely than they are now. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on it. And it's something that, really does deeply bother me about the ability of the board to be a fully functioning entity and one that's productive for the long term. So I'll leave it at that.
So Bob, I think we are required to be under the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act, and that's the law that we operate under, which limits our ability to meet in large groups. We can meet as long as there's not a quorum. I believe our quorum is 6, so I believe legally, and I'm sure some lawyer will correct me, that we can have discussions or briefings of up to 5 or so on things, or we can. Or certainly individuals can talk to anybody anytime they want and things like that. So I think that's the umbrella we're working under. And if I had gone further into our guidelines, the open meetings law is also in there, I think, or parts of it are in there that reflect us. Lauren, were you going to comment on that?
Yes, I was just going to say what you already said, Steve, just to make sure that Bob knew that that's the law, and that's a requirement. So it's not something that can be changed.
I understand the law. I guess what I'm trying to communicate to everybody is that the fact that we don't have or have the ability to really engage everybody on a topic just informally to more fully discuss it with, without having the scrutiny of a much larger group. Is there something that we can do, to have those kinds of discussions on science issues, not on other things, not on policy or anything else that might cause people heartburn, but to just be able to discuss the science? For example, if you look, and I'll talk about it this afternoon, if we talk about environmental flows, we've got maybe 2 or 3 people who are interested in environmental flows, let's say, as a pure topic, but there's all sorts of issues surrounding that in terms of risk assessment, modeling, governance, the engineering that bring in all of members of the board. How in the world do we begin to have a comprehensive discussion of this when we are limited to having, let's say, 3 to at the most 5 people involved in the discussion at one time? So if there's ways that we can do this and we can be creative about it without, flaunting the intent or, the limits of the law, then we should be doing that rather than just having our small individual groups. Anyway, that's all I really want to say about it, is I think we could be creative if we wanted to.
Well, certainly, Bob, any creative ideas you have are welcome. I know that we have had those conversations at the full board level. Prior to you guys coming on board, we actually were not on camera. And we had our board meetings, we were open public meetings and people could attend. And we had 6 of those face-to-face per year. And we often deeply discussed, I think, scientific issues, and people felt free and so forth. I don't know that there's any evidence to this, but being on camera and recorded for posterity, it might constrain people, but hopefully we're all confident enough in ourselves that we don't care if people laugh at us. And I think that we want to encourage, if there's any way to encourage it in our open meetings, public meetings, I think we ought to just do it. I would say do not feel constrained. If there's a science topic we just want to talk about, just the science, not related to a review or so forth, we certainly can do that. We can do it often in the context it's done in terms of an invited seminar speaker or a science panel, which allows us to have open discussions with the panelists and so forth. Workshops are the same thing. And we can do workshops where we all attend and it's on a topic of interest and that we're sort of, so there's a lot of other sorts of opportunities as well that we could take advantage of.
Well, I think those are all great suggestions, Steve. And I guess I would encourage everyone, to think about implementing those more on a regular basis. I think if there's ways that we can improve our internal communication, we should be doing it.
Thanks. That's a very good suggestion. And I think if anyone wants to talk about a particular science issue, it doesn't have to be tied to a review. It can be tied to, I know, for example, Laurel Larson, when she makes presentations to the council, will bring up a scientific paper or 2. She has done that in our discussions as well. But if anyone has a science topic they would just like to talk about, hey, I heard about blah blah blah, and I think it's really important, and we should, and there's nothing to stop us from just having that outside of any review context or anything else. It can just be, we're going to talk about fish today, which is my first suggestion. But anyway, I think let's be creative and let's do that. We want to have these meetings also to be fun, develop camaraderie, and oftentimes, as you well know, if you debate and discuss these kind of issues, other things pop up that maybe, hey, we really ought to be looking at this more carefully, and that's the kind of having those discussions will generate those kinds of ideas, I think, too. So that's a good suggestion. Tanya, or Bob, do you have another comment? Okay, Tanya.
Thanks. My comment, I guess, won't be as exciting as Bob's. I was just reflecting on the proposed changes to our operating guidelines, and one of the bullets that stood out to me, and this might be more of a wordsmithing thing, but just wanted to get it out there while it's fresh on my mind. There was one that noted that we should share or disseminate or present, I can't remember the words, our reports to DPIC and agencies, et cetera. And I think we might want to be a little broader in how we frame that one, and perhaps say, share or disseminate or present our work to agencies, organizations, venues of decision-making that are relevant for the information in those reports or something like that. So I wouldn't want it to be just, we have to share it with DPIC or we have to share it with agencies only. There might be other organizations out there that are relevant for the information and in the reports that we're presenting, and that we might not be thinking of at the time we write the operating guidelines. So I'd rather not constrain us, but also make sure that we have that kind of relevance idea in that language. So that's
okay. The maybe you can give us some wordsmithing on it, and Edmund, I think that slide will now be sent to you guys, so you'll have
Okay.
the wording that was in there. The way it is now is be presented to DPIC, individual agencies, the state legislature, or other bodies to enhance adoption of recommendations. And then there'll be another sentence or two about more broadly about the importance of outreach in general. But why don't you have a shot at?
will do.
Thanks.
Thanks.
So, anyone have a problem with these basic three changes? And we will look at the communication section in there. I don't know if there is, the guidelines are guidance for us. We can certainly do anything that's not in the guidance, as well. So if there's a look, I will go through it and see if there's anything specific about communication, but I think amongst the board members, but maybe there's a place we can add in, open debate on scientific issues as an important aspect of what we do, something like that. And that would allow us to and encourage us to do those kinds of things that Bob was talking about. Lisa.
So I think these are good changes. And just to build on Tanya's comment, if we do expand to other venues of different types of stakeholders, we probably also want to say the goal is not just to promote uptake of the recommendations, but further refinement, further creativity about how these can be used. I'm sure Tanya would have thought of that while she was wordsmithing, but because I think you're going to have us vote on this, I wanted to just put that in the public record, that I think that would be another broadening I would recommend.
I like that, Lisa.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Does anyone have any? Okay, Obe? I think you're on mute.
And this is a clarification. In the National Academy, when they have meeting, they have closed sessions, and I see there is an option for closed session. Will that help what maybe Bob was talking about? Or?
My understanding of the closed session laws is that that's only if we're talking about a personnel issue, when we're doing searches or evaluating people.
Yeah.
Lisa.
Yeah, I don't know how much this is necessary to say, but I just want to clarify to any public listening that it's not that we're afraid of public scrutiny, it's we're afraid of embarrassing ourselves primarily. So I think that many of us are still learning a lot of things, and it's not that we wouldn't want folks to hear this conversation. It's more we're going to hold back under some circumstances, and so I think that's all we're trying to promote here. So just for clarity, I bring that up.
And there's always the question of being quoted out of context. And as you know, when you debate scientists, people play the role of devil's advocate or say things, and it's perfectly valid to say, "What the heck are you talking about? I don't know anything about that." And I'd hate to have that. Some people may hate to have that misquoted. I don't. You know, I figure I don't know anything anyway, so I'm saying that publicly. Okay, let's move on to Diane and then Virginia.
I'd like to follow up on the discussion about outreach and reporting. And again, this may be a wordsmithing issue, but I think it's important. I would like to see some acknowledgement of constraints on our ability to communicate with all these different groups. I mean, something that recognizes that we need to make some judgment calls, and there's limitations in terms of what we can do. And often there's an insatiable appetite for communication that you should have let us know, or this or that. And some acknowledgement that we would make a good faith effort to prioritize our outreach to kind of ward off complaints, if you will.
Right. I think that's important, and I think we can add some language, you know, along those lines, prioritizing and within the scope of our bandwidth or something like that. I think it's good to say. And again, remember, these are guidelines. They are not. My suggestion is we don't make them requirements per se, as rigid requirements, but as a way to allow us to encourage us to think about doing these kind of things and make sure we think about it, and hopefully do it if we can. And okay, Virginia, and then Tom.
So I was just going to add to discussion of when groups can meet. And when I served on a federally administered a meeting under the FACA, which is Federally Administered Committee Act, we were allowed to have administrative meetings, the lawyer said. And it seems like some of what Bob's mentioned might be administrative in the sense of how we address an issue. That's not really the details, but it might be, you know, how you're going to do it, whether it's going to be, you know, considered an outside report or so forth. And again, that's something for the lawyers to decide, but that's what I was told previously. And then something that I hadn't thought of, but came up when Edmund was scrolling through all those, there was a category called products, and it didn't really have anything under it. And I know I didn't realize that the reviews and other reports had a 2-page summary. It's not our product, but produced by others, that is very useful to have. And I don't know if we should call that out, or to call out where, you know, like websites in general, you know, products are distributed. I don't know if we need to go into that detail or not, but that just seemed like it didn't say very much.
Yeah, I don't know if this addresses that or not, but in all of our reviews, about 3 or 4 years ago, we decided we would produce about a 2-page flyer on the results of those reviews. And often those were gone back to the full board to wordsmith. And then we decided, well, let's just send those 2-page flyers back to the couple of people who were leading the effort to get it approved and forward. But it is our product, and it is a product that comes with each of our overall reviews. And then that gets distributed, I guess. So. Yes, Tom.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on Diane's comment. Maybe one way we could sort of give us cover that we've made a good faith effort to distribute our report, or at least make people aware of our report broadly, is to specifically refer to the communications staff of the council. Like with the water reliability estimation, we've been working on specific public, I'll call them for the lay public documents to describe what's going on. And the one briefing that some of us were in on what the those folks do, right? We might as well name them out in our guidelines as helping us.
Okay, yes, that should fall pretty well under 2D. I'm looking at these. You guys can't see them, but thanks, Tom. Okay, so we're going to have, I'm inclined to do the do a version. Some of this stuff is, it seems like most of the comments related to the wordsmithing and language and maybe the content of our reporting relationship category and operations category. And I think the thing to do is to put together a quick revision of this, and then I could send it to a couple people to help with the wordsmithing. I know Tanya's going to give me something, and maybe I'll send it to certainly Tom and Tanya. Anyone else want to be on that to see a wordsmithing version of this? Yeah, Lisa, you're already included, so as is Jay. Okay, so let's move that forward then, and what we'll do is put together a track change version of this for you to look at. The first section, even though we're adding the new language, we're also going to be taking a bunch of language out of there. There's a bunch of stuff in there that seems extraneous to our operating guidelines, and so that one will look like it's got a lot of changes in it, but it's there's a paragraph on describing what the science board does, and for example, I'm not sure we need to do that, and so that may look like it'll have some change. We also don't have some of the original language in there. We have some of it, but not all of it. So that'll clean that up, and then we'll get that to you before the next meeting, and that at that time we will we'll have an opportunity to do on-site editing if necessary, and then prior to that and then after that we will vote on whether or not to adopt these. The 2/3 majority vote. And if you want to change it again in August, we can do it. We can change it anytime we want with a 2/3 majority vote. And so it's not it's designed to be a fluid document as things change. Anything else on this topic? Okay, Edmund, any public comment on this?
Yes, we have a public comment from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I just wanted to say that the open discussions by the Delta Independent Science Board, I think, are extremely important. I do know agency scientists, and there's a huge issue where they say, certain things can't be discussed, or they try to bring them up, and it's mostly around inconvenient truths. And so the open meetings of the Adult Independent Science Board have an incredibly important role to play, I think, in that way. And I will say, Steve Brandt, I did quote you once about the what you said about how $100 per diem doesn't work. But I generally, I do blog about the Delta Independent Science Board, but I wouldn't take quotes out of context or quote from frank discussions at all. And there's another issue in that all of the agency briefings that you got are all avoiding inconvenient truths. And to the extent in a lot of the Delta science programs, briefing materials also don't focus on the issues where there's conflict or controversy. And so it's a huge problem for the board going forward in that people are almost all from outside the Delta. And so having a way that you get briefing on what the real issues are, because I can tell you the briefing by DWR and Reclamation on project operations didn't go into the real issues. The briefing on environmental flows didn't go into the real issues. The briefing on the Delta conveyance project didn't go into the real issues. So you can always have more meetings, and I love that you're frank. I love that you're open. I love that people say what they think, and I think it's wonderful. And it's far more transparent than other conversations. And I just want to encourage you to continue doing that, and also to have a briefing. You're not just part of a science panel, you're all appointed officers of the state of California, of a standing board. And you really should have a training on Bagley-Keene. And there's also other duties of the board. You have a fiduciary responsibility. And to the extent that you weren't even being told what the overall budget is supporting the Delta ISB, that's a huge governance issue. We are going to be looking at reforms of the Delta Science Program, because there's also an issue that all of the DPIC meetings, all the DPIC advisory groups are supposed to be complying with Bagley-Keene, and none of them are. And there's not even transparency right now about who's on the committees, and NGO and fishing and Delta stakeholders aren't represented on those advisory groups. So really appreciate that you are having these discussions, and it does give us a chance to have input that we just don't have with these other advisory groups that are convened by DPIC. And that is a problem to the extent that they're only the water contractors are represented. There is a study showing that they have systematic bias about providing more flows to the Delta. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Deidre. I think I know all of the board members certainly have been sent the Bagley-Keene Act, and I'm pretty sure most of us, if not all of us, have had training in it. I don't know about the others. I know I have, and so we should be fairly familiar with the Act itself. I think the while I'm also thinking about Bob's comment, I really do like, in all seriousness, I do want to encourage people to speak openly, particularly about on scientific issues. You know, we're all used to being at scientific meetings and workshops and debating science and discussing science, and so don't be shy. I can't imagine any of you are shy on this. And but having topics, I like the idea of having topics where we could openly discuss a particular scientific issue, particularly if we take it out of the, I want to say, the burdensome umbrella of talking about it as a future review, which adds some constraints to discussion, and just talk about scientific issues. And I think we could make that a more regular feature so if people have ideas of those scientific topics and we just want to spend an hour and talk about in general, often, or we can also invite a keynotes or a speaker or a panel, and then have a discussion, because those things, if you recall, the ones we've talked about in the meetings we've had about HABs and the meetings we've had about food webs within the last year or so, did generate a lot of open discussion, I think, amongst the board members. And I think that's the kind of, maybe that kind of stuff helps to foster that more, take it out of the realm of future reviews. Okay, any other thoughts on this topic of the guidelines? Okay, the next topic is item number 11 on the agenda, which is a discussion of the outreach and communication of recent reviews. And so we're just going to get status updates on what's going on. I think I'm first with non-native species review. Nothing much has happened since the last discussion, and we have, we of course presented it to the council, and at the Bay Delta Science Conference, and at the 2021 Delta Invasive Species Symposium. Those are the three kind of major outreach things we've done. I think we also presented some of the results to DPIC, I believe. We're still thinking about a journal article, and that's in the hands of John Weens and I, and one of the postdocs will be involved with that, at least to start triggering that effort. The next item is the monitoring enterprise review, and as you know, it was just completed in March of 2022. It's been presented to the council. It's presented to CSAMP, I believe. We gave a poster at the 2022 IEP workshop. We will be presenting it to DPIC in July, and then a summary sheet was also prepared. There's a small group, Virginia and I and Lillian right now, I believe, are looking at turning this into a journal article, and we've had a couple of discussions on it. We now have a maybe a draft 1.5-page outline of that journal article, and a lot of it will be taken from the review itself, talking about sort of adaptive monitoring context. We're also thinking about decision triggers as another hook to it, and possibly thinking about what we would use as walking through some examples. I think the current working title is the adaptive monitoring framework and how to implement it. So that's as far as we've gotten. So we could certainly use another person or two if someone is interested in brainstorming on that and moving it forward. The next one is on water supply reliability, and Tom.
Okay, we're charging ahead with that one. I guess it's going to be out pretty soon, and we'll be briefing the Delta Stewardship Council on June 23rd. And Jay and I have had some casual conversations about a journal article, and I think it'll be pretty straightforward because I think there's a nice sort of a review of the methodology itself that is in the DISB document that can lend itself to a journal article. And we've looked at page lengths and things like that. Basically, we'll have to cut the review by about half to get it down to fit a journal. But something with the titles, challenges, or let me say, a review of water supply reliability estimation and challenges would be sort of a working title. And I think a journal would be quite willing to publish the review, considering the state of the literature on that topic. The communications folks are helping us with some of the outreach efforts, and Christine has been writing those, and I think we're waiting for Jay to take a look at them and give his comments. And so I think we can see the end of the road in sight. So
Thanks, Tom. I think that's it for the summaries. Any questions or discussion from the board? Okay, any public comment on this item, Edmund?
Yes, we have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre Desjardins, California Water Research. I think one of the most important venues for the water supply reliability review is the Delta Adapts water supply reliability effort. And I actually raised the issue there's a water supply reliability focus group that I'm in. that they're convening. And I said, what's the definition of water supply reliability you're using? And the Delta Stewardship Council staff, that was new to them. And I said, you've got to look at this water supply reliability review. And I really like the opportunity to just talk with the authors and make sure that I'm conveying things correctly. I can, and if there's a summary, I think it's the Delta DAPS product is going to be profoundly important. And I also had some suggestions about, that different stakeholders were going to have different views of water supply reliability, depending upon their interests. And that's kind of a governance social science issue of how does the Delta Science Program reconcile, or the Delta Stewardship Council in the Delta DAPS process reconcile differing stakeholder views on an issue. And I think they're both profoundly important. I've ended up being a spanning node. I'd much rather be able to put Jay and Tom Holzer in the water supply reliability focus group, but that doesn't seem to be happening. And there's also recommendations in the, there's a flooding group, Delta, the flood management options. And I'm also making recommendations in that, and sometime it would be incredibly helpful to go over things a little with ISB members who are experts on flooding and make sure that's conveyed. I think new studies show there's a 50% chance of a flood as great as the 1862 flood in the next 40 years. And it's actually much greater of a risk to the Delta than a big seismic event that knocks down the levees. So that's something I'm looking at. I'm also working with the scientists leading the ArcStorm 2.0 study. We're trying to get funding for the hydraulic routing part of the study. So those are just two things. I don't know if there's a way to get your input, but I will go through and try and synthesize your products, and perhaps there's a way you could directly interface.
Tom.
Yeah, I hear you. One of the challenges we have is that water supply reliability is in the eye of the beholder, and it's very difficult to get people to think more broadly. I mean, we try and address that in the review. I can go back and look at it to see whether it's too deeply buried in there, but it's one of the challenges we continually confront.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I think this comment feeds into a discussion we've been having about other types of products besides manuscripts from our reports. And right now we have the Delta, the DSC helps us, the council helps us put out products that are meant for a broader audience. I don't find them super accessible. I think it would be nice to have plain English summaries on a nice website. I think we should be thinking about other communications tools, and that won't solve all the issues that Deirdre raises. But if we're sure that we're communicating things in a way that's not insider language, then we can. And we at least know that product's out there for people to use should they want to discuss it with other groups.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm doing a time check now. We're ahead of schedule, so I'm going to move on to item number 12, and which is a discussion of future reviews, and then we will try and try and take a break when that's over, or at noon, whichever one comes first for a lunch break. On future reviews, of course, you all know we're in the process of exploring future review topics based off of outcomes from our virtual planning public retreat and recent presentations on Delta Science. So today we're just going to ask folks to give us an update on any progress made to scope out these reviews and what additional information is needed to move forward and whether to continue moving forward with the topic or not. Lisa, do you have a question? Okay. So let's start out with subsidence reversal. Tom.
Okay, we're chugging along. We're having our briefing group meetings with stakeholders, and we had one with several levee engineers that was really informative in helping us understand the levee stability issue and the implications of changing elevations on either side of the levees. And I think all of us developed some expertise in levee stability as a result of that. And we have two more scheduled, one probably in the next week or two, to talk to landowners in the Delta. Both one of the groups will focus on private lands and agricultural interests, and the other will focus on public lands and NGO interests. And once we complete those two, then the group will sit down and see if we can flesh out a draft of the prospectus. So I don't know if we'll have it ready for the next meeting, but probably the following meeting we should have a draft prospectus done.
Any questions for Tom? Okay, the next one is food webs, and Lisa and I are leading this effort, but we're also both Christine and Lillian are certainly helping us out on this. And recall that we decided that what we'd probably do is hold a workshop on upper trophic food webs sometime, probably not until fall, optimistically. So what we've been doing is gathering literature and particularly literature that relates to the value of understanding upper trophic level food webs and food web modeling to management, what sort of a roles it can play. We also have been talking a little bit about the driving forces. So it's not just, let's just study food webs because food webs are interesting. It's sort of like on the one end, what value is that to management, and what we want to take it in the context of various environmental drivers. And that's sort of where we're trying to narrow the scope of it down a little bit and using some literature that's been reviewed for other areas. The Antarctic is one paper we're looking at in other areas, but that's sort of where we're at right now. And we're gathering people's name, looking at tools, looking at and getting sort of an annotated bibliography together. Lisa, anything else to add to that?
Well, I'd just add, in case you're leaving people with the notion that we're not consulting with local experts, is that the workshop would still have a big focus on folks who are doing this kind of modeling in the Delta, because it is a different kind of system than an open estuary. And so we recognize that. So, but the idea was that there's some ongoing work on upper trophic levels, but because it's been limited, there may be benefit in bringing in some outside expertise.
Any questions? Any other interested board member would like to join us? They're welcome. I recall it. Does anyone have an interest? Bob, you want to be included on all the emails and stuff?
Sure, as long as there's not too many of them. But as you know, I do have an interest in food webs, and specifically in things like carrying capacity and so forth. And so, having a bit of an input from time to time, I think would be, I would enjoy that.
That's terrific. We normally don't have any more than about 4 or 5 emails a day on the topic, so should be easy. That's a joke.
As long as it's not more than 4 or 5, that would be fine.
Be lucky if you get 4 or 5 between now and our next meeting, but great. The next one is you, Bob, on environmental flows and a resilient delta.
Okay. Unfortunately, my wife is gone and somebody has just come to the door here. Can I Would you offer just 3 or 4 minutes and find out what this is about?
Yeah, I think we can move on to, we'll move on to the next topic then, if that's all right.
I'll be right back.
Sure. Next one is on climate change forecasting and scenario development science review. Lisa.
Tanya's gonna do this one. Thank you, Steve.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So for those of you who may not recall, Lisa and I have been kind of discussing and trying to explore a little bit the possibility of maybe doing a review on decision-making under deep uncertainty and scenario modeling for climate change and how that might fit in with some of the other kind of proposed review ideas, as well as some of the issues that are coming up right now for the Delta in terms of some of the key management issues such as salinity management. We're on just kind of a slow process for this because we know that our review of the Delta Conveyance Project is going to take some time. But there is a really, I think, good, robust social science literature and literature from decision making out there that could be very informative for some of the processes that are going on right now around, like I mentioned, say salinity management, other things. It could be levees, environmental flows. So there's a lot of applicability for this type of report. We just are still working through what the scope might be, whether or not we want to, put together a proposal. So we've been talking with a few folks and just thinking through what some of the ways that we could usefully put together some sort of report. And I'm sure if there's others who would like to get involved, we would welcome anyone else to brainstorm with us. And yeah, I think we'll probably be revisiting some of this in the fall. I think we had some discussions with folks that are working on the salinity management workshop about what could be informative from this type of review, and certainly, even drawing from the literature to understand what are some of the principles of how you design decision processes and how you engage in scenario modeling with different types of stakeholders. That could be potentially useful, but the timing of what we might be able to do on a review may not sync up precisely with like the salinity management workshop efforts, at least on the pilot scenarios that they're doing. But yeah, we have lots of ideas and just on the slow track. So Lisa, anything to add there?
That was a great summary, Tanya. I would just add, in case it's not 100% clear, that the goal with scenarios is to make sure you're really exploring the full range of drivers and really help people think about what decisions might need to change under uncertainty. So, it's easy to well, it's not that easy, but it's somewhat easy to characterize uncertainty if you have certain models, but it gets a lot harder to decide, what do I do with that uncertainty? And there really is some specific advice, science around how to make robust decisions under uncertainty. And so that's part of the goal. There are multiple goals, but I think it has a lot of real relevance, even though it sounds a little academic.
Stephen, I would like to join that team and discussion. A lot of interest in that topic.
That would be great, Obey.
Yeah.
And I'm also happy to join after September 1st. So Tom?
Yeah, one recommendation, I still can't wrap my head around the scope of the state's effort in scenarios. That it's obviously pretty extensive. And when we were told today about the $21 billion adaptation effort, it's obviously going to become a very large effort if that were to come to pass. And one of the things the board has done that I've found very helpful is to have panels at our meetings that discuss a topic like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that might be a good place for you guys to start, because you'd get a sense too of what the state is already doing. Like DWR already has protocols for doing scenarios, but I don't know what they are, what the basis for it is. But just getting representatives from the agencies that are actively doing this, I think would help all of us understand the scope of the challenge for the state.
Yeah, it's a great
Thanks for
idea.
that. Yeah, thanks for that, Tom. I will say though, despite there are scenario analyses going on, but when I brought this up with various folks engaged in those efforts, they still see a need for this other approach because it's
Oh, yeah.
a little bit less about an immediate decision than it is about, are we thinking 10 steps ahead? It's more like a chess game approach as opposed to just what do we need right now.
Yeah, no, that certainly makes sense, but I think it would just help all of us wrap our head around the problem if we could see what's currently being done.
Yeah, I have to agree with Tom too. I think that really is a good topic for a panel. I mean, and so I'm still a little confused about the scope of this review and this topic, and maybe a panel would help sort out that quite a bit, because it seems to me if you're talking about climate change forecasting and scenario development, to me my next action is relative to what, and you say salinity in that, but I cannot think of a topic or an item that wouldn't be included. Certainly fish and agriculture and water supply, and I mean there's so many of these things that everything that happens in the Delta probably would be the output. So the question is, are you going to limit the outputs to a certain series of topics that you might take on as important? Also, you mentioned the decision making under uncertainty, which really came out as one of our projected future review areas back about 5 years ago. That dealing with uncertainty was something that we suggested that we would try and think about in each of our reviews, but it also came up as a few suggestions that should be the topic of a review. Is that you're thinking about that, or is that just a subset of scenario development, or is it a topic of which scenario development is one way to think about uncertainty?
I was thinking more the latter, that the broader theme is decision making under deep uncertainty, and that how you deal with that uncertainty, there's various tools and processes that can be used, and one of those is scenario development and modeling. But there's a whole body of decision sciences that have kind of looked at how those approaches can help improve the capacity for that type of decision making under deep uncertainty, and identifying where some of those potential scenarios are that you may not even be thinking about with the existing tools that you have. Lisa, does that comport with what you're thinking?
Exactly. And it's a little more process oriented, Steve, than topic oriented.
Yeah. Okay. So our interest is more in how are these processes structured? Are they using the kind of best available science around from the decision sciences to structure those processes? And you could draw some kind of best practices or principles from that literature, and then look to see, are these being applied in different decision formats in the Delta? And we thought about, I think, salinity management first, because there's just this active process right now of building kind of a long-term adaptive management framework that really incorporates scenario modeling, and that's playing out in real time right now, but our time frame may not sync up perfectly with that. So we haven't really set the kind of topical scope, but we're open to ideas there.
Okay. Yeah, I know Jim Peterson at our university has done some work on structured decision making, at least in the Delta, and has made presentations here. Let's go to Obey and then Diane.
I think this overarching theme of decision making under uncertainty would be the topic here, and then we can select which metrics or measures that we need to look at in the context of climate change and others. I mean, I ran a same kind of workshop for the Everglades here a few years ago. So if we have a panel, and I was wondering if there is any option to bring in somebody like Robert Lambert from Brand Corporation. He's kind of one of the leading folks, and there is also, and you may know this, there's a Society of Decision Making and the Deep Uncertainty, and I think it'd be good to bring some people and talk about, and they may have already looked at the Delta situation. So I think it'd be great to have some external people like Robert Lambert at a panel discussion.
And you're right, they have been involved in the Delta. So, but it's a few years ago now. So.
Right.
Okay, Diane and Laurel.
I wanted to comment that another topic in addition to salinity management that may be useful as an example in this context of deep uncertainty is the HABs, hazardous algal bloom. So the Science Council, Tricia Lee is leading this effort that for the workshop that's going to be happening this fall. And I've been CC'd on these emails and reading the notes and these issues of management under uncertainty. And if there's so much unknown about the science of what's driving the HABs and how would you manage it. So that could be another theme in addition to salinity management, where it's bringing in a biological response and temperature issues. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Thanks, Diane. Laurel?
Oh, I really like this. Same issue Lisa was having yesterday. Sorry about that. I really like this idea and also appreciate the comments from Obi and Diane. I think those are some fantastic ideas as well. I did just want to clarify that I think even if this review has a longer time scale, the results would benefit the longer term process that we're hoping to kick off with the salinity management workshop series, which would involve a more detailed, a more in-depth dive into a wider range of scenarios than we're able to do in the pilot exercise. So I would personally just be really interested to see this review happen.
Okay, thanks. It looks like we can move on to Bob Nyman on environmental flows and a resilient delta.
All right, thanks, Steve, and sorry everyone for the interruption there. That was very unexpected. But anyway, I wanted to give you an update on the thinking on environmental flows and throw this out as a discussion topic. We really just a wide open discussion, as well as give you an update on the thinking on how it's evolved. And certainly the thinking over the last number of months on environmental flows has evolved quite a bit. And that's due to practical considerations. There's been some other discussions within the Delta ISB. And then there's a number of important documents that or publications that have come out in the last few months. And so let's see, I sent some information to Edmund, if he could bring that up. There we go. In terms of just practical considerations about this is that there's already a very highly respected group on environmental flows that's operating within California. As well, the Delta ISB as we're currently structured, we really don't have the critical mass to carry this out in I think a productive way. If we just take our kind of internal expertise and try and prepare a report, I think it's going to be rather difficult. And then initially, and this comes out of a lot of our internal discussions, it was really not clear what the outcomes or products of a report might be. And this certainly made me uneasy and probably some of the other members too. But even with those practical considerations, there are also some really compelling reasons for examining the role of environmental flows if we think about the long-term resiliency of the Delta. And I'm going to give you kind of 4 reasons here as to, why I believe this is vitally important for going forward. The first one is, and this is has to do with the amendments to the ecosystem chapter of the Delta Plan. Now, these are proposed amendments. They, from what I understand, it could be at least a year approved in their final form, but they're significant amendments to the Delta Plan, at least in my estimation. And some of these amendments, set up performance measures for increasing fish populations as well as for increasing aquatic and riparian habitats. And each and every one of these is really dependent on having functional flows in the Delta to support those increases. Now, if they are approved in their present form, we're talking about probably tens of thousands of additional acres in habitat and significant increases in some of the targeted fish populations. And one has to really, I think, ask themselves, are the functional flows or the flows in the Delta, are they adequate to meet these performance measures? I'll come back to this in a minute, but I think that's really a key question, is that, these new performance measures, these amendments are being proposed, but are the flows they're able to support this additional acreage or the fish populations? The second reason for really thinking about environmental flows really comes out of the Norgaard et al. Article that was recently published on providing insights for a rapidly changing Delta. And for those of you, I know some of you are co-authors on this article, but for those of you who haven't read it, they suggest that those involved in science, policy, and management must adapt and change and anticipate what the ecosystem might be like in the future. And then they talk about several ways of doing this, whether it's scenario analysis or horizon scanning, expert opinion, and so forth. And they make the suggestion that and I think it's a good one, is that recent advances in resilience thinking may provide a way forward to address how to maintain the resiliency of the Delta, despite the very rapid changes, both social, cultural, and environmental that we're seeing taking place there. And certainly environmental flows or functional flows are going to be at the heart of any sort of resilient thinking going forward. The third thing that has influenced, I think, my thinking about environmental flows has to do with the landscape scenario planning tool that was developed by the San Francisco Estuary Institute. This is running now and allows one to really track changes in the Delta Plan in order to see if the ecological goals are being attained in an efficient way. And in looking at it, in truly a first glance, but in looking at it, it seems that there would be really good synergy between this landscape planning tool and looking at environmental flows or functional flows for estimating gains in habitat as well as in fish populations. So that tool is available, appears to be available to us and could be, I think, very useful for the long term. The final consideration is, considerations are these, is that it appears from what I can gather, is that the current actions for maintaining ecological flows in the rivers really do not seem to be meeting the intended goals. And looking forward, and I guess with other experiences I've had in South Africa and in the Columbia Basin and elsewhere, is that eventually there is a need to have to establish science-based functional flows. Those despite all the voluntary efforts or whatever we would like to call them, sooner or later, we do need to establish some sort of science-based rationale for having environmental flows in rivers. And as well as we heard from Deirdre this morning, there's proposed California legislation for broader activities on Delta water. And certainly environmental flows may be an essential component of any new legislation that's coming out in the next month or two, or even in the next legislative session. But it seems to have gained traction within the legislature that environmental flows or functional flows are going to be a key tool. So if you could scroll up, Edmund, my recommendation to the group, or I guess scroll down, sorry. Right now, what the outcome or the products might be of a ISB activity on environmental flows are not fully transparent to me. But what is clear to me is that this topic is going to be vitally important for establishing a resilient delta for the long term. You cannot have resilient ecological resiliency in this delta without having or understanding the environmental flow situation. And this is what I would like the group to discuss, is that if the idea of environmental flows is accepted as the core of activity, I think there's also a lot of other issues related to risk assessment, human environmental interactions, scenario analysis, adaptive management, adaptive governance, and so on and so forth, that will need to be addressed, and that could involve literally the entire ISB board. And there, because of this, what I'm suggesting to you all is that we continue to discuss environmental flows, as well as all the other related issues or topics that would go along with it, with the objective of either establishing a set of agreed upon activities by the last quarter of this year, or if we cannot reach agreement then I suggest that we table the topic for the time being. We've been looking into this for about a year now, and if we can come up with something tangible going forward, that's great. But if we can't, maybe we just need to take a breather and come back and revisit it again, when the topic becomes, I guess, more relevant or more suitable or whatever it might be. So that's my recommendation to you, and I'd like to hear what other folks have to say. Now, I'd like to also throw out just two other possible topics that are related to environmental flows, just so that you can consider them. And it really comes back to the amendments to the Delta Plan. If you look at these amendments, we're really talking about tens of thousands of acres of additional wetlands, marshes, riparian areas, and so forth, as well as substantial increases in some of the selected species or selected native fish species. And I don't remember the details for the fish entirely, but Dom and his group prepared a report on this a few years ago and talked about salmonids. And if I remember right, it's something like doubling, at least doubling the number of wild salmonids returning. If we talk about the apparent acreage being proposed, well, these the acreage on one hand seems to be very large. It's actually a relatively small amount of the original delta, even though it's they're proposing tens of thousands of acres of adding that. Jim Claren, who you all remember, we had a project together with the San Francisco Bay or San Francisco Estuary Institute, and we published this not too long ago, and where we looked at, if those targets were attained, by how much would primary production be increased in the Delta. And even if we did attain the goals that were set out in the amendment, we would only increase primary production on the Delta by only 12%, even though we're talking somewhere between 30 and 50,000 acres in total. This is not very much, and is probably within the realm of just variability in terms of our estimation. But even though that's a step in the right direction, it's a great step in the right direction. But could the Delta ISB provide better guidance on how to estimate ecosystem functions from the habitat additions? And could we help guide the restoration plans by looking at the functional flows of the environmental flows that are needed for the different restoration scenarios? And then establish better performance metrics to gauge success. In other words, could we come up with performance measures that are related to issues like carrying capacity, carbon sequestration, decomposition processes, whatever it might be, something that's more of a biological metric rather than the metric being just acreage. The second suggestion, if you could scroll down one more, Edmund, down to the second one. If we narrow it down even further, we could look just at riparian zones. And this has been established for a long time now, that improving landscape management is really, can be largely achieved by improving the management of riparian zones. And at this stage, the riparian zones in the Delta are already mapped. We know what was there historically. We know what the projections are in the proposed amendments, and they're talking about somewhere around adding another 20,000 acres of riparian zones in the amendments. Again, on this, and this is a lot more narrow, I agree, but could the Delta ISB provide guidance on the ecological details that are required to shape an enduring riparian plan that provides benefits for both agriculture as well as the environment? And the reason I brought this up is, back up in just a second, is that in working with Jim Claren and SFEI on the primary production project, I was tasked with looking into riparian zones and their rates of primary production and litter fall and so forth. And I was stunned to find out, just how little was really known ecologically about riparian zones in the Delta. In fact, for most of the estimates that I was able to provide to this project, I had to use estimates from other regions. There was very little factual data on riparian zones in the Delta. So anyway, I guess the point of bringing all this up is I would like to hear from everybody, if one, what you think of the recommendation I made concerning environmental flows, but if you think that is too broad or too nebulous or whatever you might think. But there are also these other two potential projects you might consider. But I keep coming back to the fact of the proposed changes to the Delta plan, which are looking to add tens of thousands of acres of habitat or substantially increasing the fish population, and asking the question, what are the environmental flows or functional flows that are needed in order to really meet these proposed amendments to the plan. So I open it up for discussion, and anything you have to say would be most welcome at this stage.
Okay, I see Laurel had her hand up first.
Yeah, thank you for that report, Bob. I think what I want to comment on is that there could be a nexus here as well with the restoration subcommittee, particularly if an ISB review were to provide guidance on really some of the performance metrics associated with these landscape scale restoration projects. And I guess that's a question to you too. What do you see as a nexus between this potential review and the restoration subcommittee? So that would be my first question. And then the second comment is I like where you're going with your comments on riparian habitat and the fact that we know little about riparian habitat. And, you know, if that does become incorporated into a review, the role of these riparian habitats in evapotranspiration, I think that's something that would be of interest, but also in potentially providing temperature refugia. I think this is something we know little about and would be good to synthesize information on. The other thing is that there has been a little bit of work done on the role of riparian habitats in fish predation. In fact, one of our former Delta Science Fellows was working on that, and I could forward you a summary of that work. But you know, I think this is an area that really is ripe for synthesis and identifying priority gaps that need to be filled.
Great, thanks, Laurel, for that. And any information you could send would be most appreciated. As far as the nexus between something that the ISB might do and the resource committee is I often see these, I would say, projections of what restoration groups would like to do, and they're often, as this committee has done, is put them forth as acreage or doubling or tripling of fish populations and so forth. But I really think that we have to ask the hard questions is, for example, is the water there at the right times and the right amounts in order to support these projections for creating habitat or in these acreage amounts or you know, doubling fish populations and so forth. And I think that's where the ISB, through whatever we might have, could really provide, I think, insights as to whether or not these projections are realistic or whether they have to be modified in some way. And also, I have to say too, you know, in working with SFEI and Jim Claren, it really did open my eyes when we finally finished all of our analyses. And even if all these projections or all the proposed habitat was created, that it would only increase primary production in the Delta by about 10%, 10 to 12%, which to me is a relatively low number when we think about it. And perhaps, you know, the projections for what we would like to do in terms of increasing the amount of habitat needs to be much larger than the tens of thousands of acres being proposed, and rather has to maybe at least be 2 or 3 times larger than that. So anyway, I think we would end up with some very fruitful discussions, you know, by going down this avenue. So thanks again for that.
Thank you.
So Bob, thanks for that. Thanks for your thoughtful input and consideration of this topic. I guess I would think that this topic really touches on the expertise of pretty much every board member here. And so I don't know that that we're constrained by the expertise. In fact, I think it's I think we have the breadth of expertise to deal with the this is e-flows I'm talking about, in a sense that makes it truly sort of a broad look at it. It's not just fish and flows, which is what a lot of the effort is based on. It's much broader than that, and contains all the aspects of the various expertise on the board members. So I do think if it was properly framed, it would be something that we pretty much all could get heavily involved in and provide a sort of, maybe, I don't want to say unique, but a really comprehensive multifactorial look at that topic. So anyway, the question I would have, you said if it doesn't you know, formulate itself by the last quarter, we should drop it or consider it or something like that. What do you see as the next steps in this between now and October? What to try and frame it or narrow it or define it better? What?
Yeah. Yeah, quite honestly, Steve, I wasn't sure what the next steps might be. I was waiting for feedback from the group today. If the group is positive about it and as individuals, you see a possible role for yourself in this, and we're able to get a kind of a good quorum of folks involved, then I think the next step would be to have some internal discussions about, what the structure might be and what topics might be included. I've always saw it as, well, initially, I know I saw it as a something fairly narrowly focused on just e-flows. And that's things I've been working on for a number of years. But, I also see if we're going to take a comprehensive look at this, it does have to involve risk assessment, adaptive management, governance, engineering aspects, and so forth. And if we can get like you say, the breadth of the board's expertise involved, then I think we could start to scope out something over the next couple of months. So anyway, to answer your question in a simple way, waiting to hear back from folks today. If there was interest, great, we'll take the next steps, we'll figure out what those are. If there was no interest, then I would probably just back off.
All right, well, count me in as the interest. Diane.
Oh, thanks, Bob, for your proposals. And my comment would be in the range of expanding the scope to consider how environmental flows and the riparian zones and wetlands that would be enhanced or become more functional due to these environmental flows would function to remove nutrients or control nutrient fluxes, which are key for the HABs problem. You see, so you're maybe saying that there's the planned restorations or the expansion would only increase primary production by 13%, but if this was actually controlling 50% of the nitrogen and phosphorus that are creating these HABs problems, that would be a different benefit, a substantial benefit potentially. So this is, as I said, a comment that might be more holistic or expanding the scope to include nutrients with the acknowledgement that these nutrients are critical for the HABs problem.
That's great, Diane. That's a great suggestion. I'm embarrassed that I didn't think of it earlier. So,
well, I've been reading a lot of emails about the HABs planning for this workshop, and again, that workshop will be timely.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Virginia.
So my inclination is to expand it even further, because what piqued my interest was when you started talking about resilience. And, we have restoration projects being discussed. We have climate change. We have a lot of changes going on, but I haven't heard that much discussion about resilience. And that's critical to all of this. So, e-flows might be a place to start, but I think to the extent we can focus on resilience and what are key metrics of resilience, and what are the characteristics of key metrics of resilience, again, with e-flows, the part of that, I think that would take us a long way into thinking about the whole Delta and what needs to be considered.
Great suggestion. Thanks for that, Virginia. Thank you. I think that's absolutely right. And this is where I think you and others could really help me and others, or help us all a lot, is the kind of the new concepts surrounding resilience thinking these days. It seems as though it's evolving very quickly, and we could really use some input along those lines.
Okay, Obe, and then Lisa.
Yeah, a couple of comments. Just to say that count me in as well. I'm interested in this topic. I could bring in, what we do in the case of Everglades. Environmental flows are a big topic in the Everglades as well. And one comment I would imagine, all those modeling that we heard yesterday, they would use environmental targets as one of the measures in evaluating alternatives. I guess that's something we will find out once we start reviewing the document.
Great. Thanks, Obey.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks, Bob, for raising all these interesting issues. You know what I think you're thinking but not articulating, and for those of us who aren't experts, it would be helpful to hear it more articulated, but and this relates to what Virginia said too, how much of the time are e-flows the limiting factor? How does the habitat creation complement or subtract from the water availability? I feel like there's some systemic level picture that needs to be elucidated in terms of which outcomes do we get when you get enough complementary efforts coming together. And I wonder if there's a way to frame it that way.
Yeah, I think I understood you, Lisa. Kind of broke up on this end, but I'm going to have to give that more thought, because there are, in my mind, a lot of competing interests here. There's only so much water, and what can you expect from the water that's available, not only during drought years like we have now, but in more normal or even in flooding years. So I'd have to give that one some more thought, but that's good. You got me thinking.
Well, and I'm passing along some things I heard from stakeholders too, which I think they have a concern if the e-flows are isolated, that might not be always the most limiting factor in some cases. And so I guess that's another way to boil it down, is what's the constraint in different situations.
All right, okay. All right, good. Let me think on that one.
And a quick follow-up, if you start with Virginia's idea of the resilience metrics, so you know what you're concerned about, and then go back and develop the at least the conceptual modeling framework to look at the driving forces that affect that metric, of which e-flows may just be one. And okay, Tom.
I think my comment overlaps with Virginia's, though I'm expressing it in a different way. And Bob made the point that I really want to make, that the Delta is all about water. But if we step back and look at the Delta, we have two goals here. One is to protect, enhance, and restore the Delta. And the other is to provide a reliable water supply for California. And if you look at it from an engineering perspective, these environmental flows are critical, because if you can't quantify the water for the Delta, then you're sort of at the mercy of the other piece, the state water supplies. So that I think if the board can address this environmental flows, is absolutely critical to enhancing decision making in the Delta and meeting the two co-equal goals.
Yeah, good point. Good point, Tom. One other thing I'd like to add, maybe come back to what Lisa and Tom had to say, is I think when we use the term environmental flows, people are always thinking about water. I think that's a common misconception, but we're also thinking about sediment supply and about temperature and about nutrients, and as well as other biological aspects of the environment. And so when we get into this, there may be all these other limiting factors, but they're also included in environmental flows. So it kind of depends how far we want to, how broad we want to make this. Initially, I'd been thinking really about flows, but I know in the Columbia and elsewhere, we generate environmental flows for temperature. And in other situations, I know, like in Australia, they do it for nutrients at times. So there are many different aspects of this. And I think we might have to be a little bit careful. We maybe can't do them all at once, but let's take take one or two important ones and start with that.
Well, thanks, Bob. You generated a good discussion. Do you want to have a few people join you at this stage, or?
Absolutely. Yes, who would like to be involved? All those hands went up all at once. That's great. All right. Okay, so I've got Obey, Diane, Virginia. Did I miss somebody?
I could after September 1st.
Okay, and Steve, okay, great. Well, that gives us a good group to start with. And so I'll start thinking about this more comprehensively, and I'll try and prepare an updated kind of draft that we can all look at over the next few weeks. And hopefully we can discuss this a little bit further at our July meeting. If not then, certainly in August.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. Any public comment on this topic?
Yes, we have 2 public comments, and I do want to clarify for public comments, it's for all the different review topics. So first we'll go with Clyde Williams, then we'll do Deirdre Desjardins. So Clyde, you have the ability to unmute your microphone before providing.
Hi, Dr. Tom Williams, graduate of UC Berkeley, and just trying to help the Delta any way I can. So I do have science background. I have a PhD from Berkeley in geology and zoology. I worked at the California State, the University of California at Davis, and had a specialty in the marine terraces of San Francisco Bay, including Benicia, and how they influence the Delta. So I have some background. I know Deidre and been working with her also on the water side of it, but I can help. I say I'm retired, so I have no business issues or anything like that. So if you need, I can help. In the digital age, I am living in Northeast Los Angeles City, but I know the Delta very well, and I use Google Earth Pro a lot, especially for the Delta. And one of the things that you might think about is microseismicity, that is less than 3 on the Richter scale for the entire Delta, and coordinate that with LIDAR, LIDAR, for the entire Delta, because the Delta is also the home for more gas production and storage than you could ever believe. It's drilled a lot for gas and may eventually come into wanting to use it for carbon dioxide storage. So there's quite a few things that are going in the Delta. Myself, I did the Louisiana Delta with the Corps of Engineers in Baton Rouge, and I say have some concerns regarding what's happening in the Delta. That's all. I'm available. If you can give me an email, I can send you an email for contact and such like that. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
For the next public comment, we have Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, your microphone has been unmuted.
Yeah, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I'm just concerned that some critical information for the board for planning what topics to look at is just not getting to you. And I'm not sure what to do about it. I actually might want to request some time at the next meeting so I can talk more than 3 minutes and during public comment period. But this is with regard to the intersection of the ecosystem flows and the Delta Tunnel EIR. So there was legislation. Water Code 85086 reads, "It is the intent of the legislature to establish an accelerated process to determine in-stream flow needs of the Delta for purposes of facilitating the planning decisions that are required to achieve the objectives of the Delta Plan. For the purpose of informing planning decisions for the Delta Plan and the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, it was the Water Board shall, pursuant to its public trust obligations, develop new flow criteria for the Delta ecosystem necessary to protect public trust resources. In carrying out this section, the board shall review existing water quality objectives and use the best available scientific information. The flow criteria for the Delta ecosystem shall include the volume, quality, and timing of water necessary for the Delta ecosystem under different conditions. We mandated a public process. The Water Board produced a report, and I'm not sure Bob Nyman was ever given that report or the relevance to the Delta Tunnel EIR was explained. It was, I think it was in 2010. Furthermore, any order approving a change in the point of diversion of the State Water Project or the Central Valley Project from the Southern Delta to a point on the Sacramento River shall include appropriate Delta flow criteria and shall be informed by the analysis conducted pursuant to this section. So this is actually critically important. In the background you need to know is the Department of Water Resources said, oh no new flow criteria need to be provided. There was a different opinion by an extraordinary range of experts, an independent panel of experts, and experts put on by environmental and fishing groups. And they're all quoted in this report. But this is one of the key areas of controversy is what will the bypass criteria be for the tunnel project? And are those bypass criteria adequate? The Department of Water Resources, I might have a little bit more time. The Department of Water Resources is only proposing 5,000 cubic feet per second as a bypass flow for most of the time. And there's indications that that's completely inadequate for various processes. It does maximize the yield of the project. So that's a key thing. And then another key area of controversy is related to decision-making under deep uncertainty. And it's with respect to reservoir operations. And DWR's chief engineer, chief modeler said that the results of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan simulations appeared to be unsustainable. DWR needed to develop new reservoir criteria for operations under climate change. That also wasn't ever done, and that was a key area of controversy in the water fix hearing, and I testified, a number of other folks testified that DWR needed to develop a drought operations plan. That's now a major issue going forward, based on my comments about DWR not having adequate forecasting. Assemblymember Adam Gray asked for the state auditor to investigate DWR's modeling because their snow runoff forecasting had major issues. So there is a huge intersection of the proposed operations under BDCP, bypass criteria, reservoir carryover storage, decision-making under uncertainty. And I hope there's some way to get you the information. I've been trying to work and synthesize what was done. That there's just, I'm very concerned that you're not getting the decision-making under uncertainty is a huge issue this year. And I'm concerned that you just didn't get the information from the Delta Science Program staff that, you know, this was an issue of major controversy. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. We are scheduled for a lunch break, so we are going to break for lunch right now and reconvene at how about 1 o'clock Pacific. All right, see you then. We'll continue with item number 13 in our board meeting. And I want to say now for something completely different and fun. And we'll be hearing presentations by our Sea Grant State Fellow and our Sea Grant postdoctoral scholars. And this is a tradition, particularly for the fellows, and it's an opportunity for us to learn more about the research background and experience of both our Sea Grant State Fellow and postdocs, what they're currently working on for the Delta ISB, and what they hope to get out of their work with the Delta ISB. And we've asked them to each give a 15-minute presentation, and that will be followed by about 15 minutes of questions individually after each presentation. And I believe we're starting off with our Sea Grant State Fellow, Allegra.
All right, thank you. Let me share my screen. All right. So hello all and good afternoon. My name is Allegra LaFair and I'm the California State Sea Grant Fellow this year in the Adaptive Management Unit. My presentation is titled Swimming Upstream, a Year with the Delta Science Program. A few years ago, I worked as an education interpreter at Aquarium of the Pacific in Long Beach, California. We'd recently installed an exhibit, a new exhibit of Delta smelt. And I'm the first to admit that I hadn't heard of Delta smelt before this moment, especially living in Los Angeles. Little did I know how much I would be hearing about these small silvery fish just a few years later as a Sea Grant Fellow with the Delta Stewardship Council. But I'm getting ahead of myself. My professional career in the marine world began as a fisheries observer based out of Long Island, New York. I observed commercial groundfish fisheries and was certified to go on trawl trips and gill net trips. Here, I learned how to collect data on board commercial fishing vessels, and I spent days or weeks aboard commercial fishing boats. Next, I decided to follow my interest in seafood to a startup company in Los Angeles named Trash Fish. Every week, I would work different farmers markets across the city and worked to engage the public to sell and educate them about sustainable seafood choices and the many myriad of different seafood options right off of our California waters. For my last job prior to graduate school, I was an educator at Aquarium of the Pacific, where we had just installed our aforementioned Delta smelt exhibit. At Aquarium of the Pacific, I dove into learning about how to educate people, and as you can see in this picture, worked on my public speaking skills as well. In September 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, I started graduate school at Scripps Institution of Oceanography as part of their one-year Masters of Advanced Studies in Marine Biodiversity and Conservation program. This program is a unique program and it has an interdisciplinary focus and it culminates in a self-directed capstone project. For my capstone project, I worked with the organization Future of Fish on a fisheries improvement project in the Central American country of Belize. The project aimed to contribute to and improve the Caribbean spiny lobster fishery and was titled Fishing for Success, a review of best practices and benefits offered by cooperatives. As part of the Fisheries Improvement Project work plan, some of the Belize fisheries cooperatives that were involved were looking to reinvent their benefits program. They were looking to learn what kind of programs had worked in other places and what kind of benefits did other cooperatives offer that might make sense for Belize. So for my project, I looked at different types of benefits and services that cooperatives offer their members. The goal of the project was to create a whole list of the various benefits that come from being part of a cooperative and to take lessons learned from other cooperatives. I would then present the findings to some of the Belize fisheries cooperatives and other members of the Fisheries Improvement Project for consideration as they look to build out their own benefits program in the future. So this led me to the first question of my research, probably one on your mind as well, which is, what is a fisheries improvement project? A fisheries improvement project, or a FIP, is defined as an alliance of stakeholders that come together to perform activities that improve a fishery. Historically, FIPs have been seen as stepping stones to larger sustainability certifications, such as the Marine Stewardship Council or MSC. However, MSC certifications can be pretty costly and time consuming, and that can make it more difficult to obtain an MSC certification for small scale fisheries. A FIP provides a good starting point that might eventually lead to an MSC certification or could lead to other long-term sustainability practices. Now, the next question I had was, what exactly is a benefit of a cooperative, right? How do you define what a benefit is? We decided to define it as anything that's provided to the members as an additional positive asset or experience. And it typically goes beyond the core business function of the cooperative. For example, one benefit of being a member of a fisheries cooperative could be access to a local fish cutting station. While a cooperative doesn't necessarily need to offer access to a cutting station, it does provide an additional benefit to the members of the cooperative. Another example could be that the cooperative offers occasional training sessions. Training sessions can be on anything, ranging from boat maintenance and mechanics, or maybe a workshop on changing fishery regulations in the area. In both of these examples, benefits can kind of be on the smaller side, easier to define. However, the more I looked into the research and talked to professionals, I realized that there were a lot more intangible ways that members could benefit from being part of a cooperative. For example, being part of a cooperative can lead to better connections with your local community. It also means that you can gather together with your peers and lobby to make your voice heard. Benefits can also take the form of environmental benefits that in the long run might benefit an individual. In many cases, cooperatives can encourage more sustainable practices for their fields. For example, you could use more efficient irrigation technology if you're an agricultural cooperative, or you could set closed access areas for fishermen. In the short run, these benefits may help the environment, but in the long run, it could lead to increased yield for individual members. For my research, I wanted to look not only at fisheries cooperatives in Latin America, but I also wanted to learn about benefits from other cooperatives around the world to see what could we potentially bring back to Belize. My research took me to dairy cooperatives in China, coffee cooperatives in Ethiopia, wine cooperatives in Italy, and agricultural cooperatives in Brazil. For my desk-bound research, I first conducted a literature review. And then I went through the Institutional Review Board, or IRB, process to conduct informal open-ended interviews with various cooperative professionals to gain more in-depth information. I then took the information from both the literature review and the interviews and began to analyze the myriad of benefits that I had identified in my research. All of those benefits ended up here on an application that might look familiar to you called Mural. I accumulated a rainbow of benefits. Each color along the top represented a different source, and each box represents a different distinct benefit that I identified. Using Mural, I could drag and move all of these boxes like sticky notes, and I could begin to move things to begin clustering benefits into different themes. So using this method, I could identify commonalities and begin to find patterns in how different cooperatives had created similar strategies to answer their problems. So after a few days of grouping and ungrouping and dragging boxes around to different places, benefits kind of started to make sense and fall out into larger groups. Overall, you can see that cooperative benefits fall into three main categories, shown in yellow: social, environmental, and economic. Underneath that, there is another tier of benefits that gets more detailed, and those are represented by the dark gray boxes. And then some benefits get even more detailed still, which you can see in the light gray boxes. This is if you can believe it, a cleaned up snapshot of what the final Mural board looked like, with all of the individual benefits that I'd learned from the literature and the interviews added in to form all of these colorful bottom rows. As a product of my capstone, I summarized my research in a report that's available on eScholarship. And this report was used by the FIP as part of their progress report that they submit to fisheryprogress.org. Fisheryprogress.org is the organization that monitors and tracks FIP progress around the world. My report, along with some other progress materials, resulted in the FIP being upgraded from a C rating to a B rating. In the years since my capstone has finished, the fishery, I'm happy to say, has progressed even further, and it now sits as an A-rated FIP. This was an extremely gratifying project, and I feel really fortunate that I was able to have such a tangible result of my research so soon after concluding my master's program. However, in addition to my capstone research, I also conducted other research projects throughout the year. Myself and another student worked as contractors for the Nature Conservancy to help them analyze the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Marine Species Portal. This portal is available online publicly and provides in-depth information on all of California's state-managed marine species. The Nature Conservancy was interested in using this tool as part of some of their future research and analysis, but noticed that information varied greatly between individual species profiles. So my colleague and I reviewed all of the species profiles that were available in the database at the time, which was about 120. And we developed a scoring system so that we could reach each profile on information completeness. We also created a comprehensive database with this information and created an accompanying standardized rubric so that others could look at our process and potentially replicate it. We then summarized the information in a report to the Nature Conservancy, which detailed the landscape of information across California managed species. Another project I worked on was in partnership with the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch team. I conducted a literature review to compile information on bait use in fisheries, which is a largely understudied topic. I also created an accompanying database to go with the information from the literature review. And this included fish species, fisheries location, bait type, and the volume of bait used in the fishery if I was able to find it. This database is still in use today and provides information to the Seafood Watch team to help them in their certification process. As I completed my studies, I started searching for the next step. Leading up to graduate school, I had focused really intently on getting experience in the field, connecting with stakeholders, and learning to be an educator. And then I went to graduate school and learned in depth what the world of academia looked like. While I had touched many different aspects of the marine sphere, I hadn't yet had the opportunity to explore the realm of policy in more depth. This drove me to apply for the California State Sea Grant Fellowship, and here I've gotten a crash course in the day-to-day life of a state agency. In my 4 months with the Delta Science Program and the ISB, I have already participated in many different projects. Most recently, I've been helping to prepare the water supply reliability report for release, and I've been finishing up smaller projects for the monitoring enterprise review. Earlier in my fellowship, I was also assisting with some of the subsidence reversal review efforts. Additionally, I've learned a lot about responding to public correspondence, accessibility requirements, and assistant meeting clerk duties. And most notably, I was able to attend our April ISB field tour. In addition to my duties with the ISB, I've also been working on projects for the Delta Science Program. I've been assisting with coordination for various interagency groups and meetings, such as the Interagency Adaptive Management Integration Team, or IAMIT, the Sassoon AMAT, or Sassoon Adaptive Management Advisory Team, and the EAT, or the Estuarine Ecology Team, which is a working group of the IEP, or Interagency Ecological Program. Another project I've been working on is to assist staff with some of our internal traditional knowledge and Western science efforts. And this includes leading an internal literature review group every 2 weeks. Soon, I'm going to help begin planning for our 2023 Adaptive Management Forum. And most recently, I just started an extension project with the USC Sea Grant. So in conclusion, I wanted to say thank you for listening. While I come from a background in the marine sphere, so far I have greatly enjoyed this year swimming upstream to learn about the Delta And I look forward to working with you all more closely throughout the rest of my fellowship. And with that, I welcome any questions that you all have. Thank you.
Thanks, Allegra. Anyone have any questions? Go ahead, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks, Allegra. It was really great to learn about just your background and what you did in graduate school. And I guess one of the themes that I saw kind of cutting across both your professional experience before graduate school and then during graduate school was that you seem to have some expertise in the communication of information around fisheries. And I guess I'm curious if there are lessons that you learn, whether it was from your work in graduate school or before that, that you think would be helpful for the work that you're doing in the Delta, and or for the ISB or for others, in terms of how we communicate and share kind of complex knowledge with diverse stakeholders, and what tools we might be missing or things that we should be thinking about down the road for how we better communicate the complex kind of reports that we're doing and the information that we pull together. Any thoughts on that? I know that's a big question, but I'd just love to hear how you think about that.
Yeah, thank you, Tanya. Let's see. A lot of my past experience, has been talking about some of these ideas and communicating ideas. And one of the things that I have found really helpful has been using stories. I think that people really connect with stories. People really connect with your own personal experience. And I find that it is a challenge with the Delta ISB because it's such a technical body that I think sometimes we could benefit from maybe injecting more of our personal experience and really trying to connect with a vast variety of stakeholders. I think would kind of be my second thing that I've learned. I really focused a lot in my professional career on communicating with with the fishermen, with the policymakers, with academia. And I think there's something that can be learned from speaking with a wide variety of stakeholders and really hearing all of their stories. And it just makes anything that you say stronger if you can incorporate more viewpoints. So I guess those would be kind of two of the themes that I've found so far in my career.
Thank you. I love that. And there's really good research out there on the importance of narratives and stories and how people learn and process information. So it is definitely something we should think about more. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Tom. Tom?
Hi, Allegra. Thanks for the excellent note taking, incidentally.
Of course, happy to help.
My question is, as you've moved inland, what's the biggest surprise or the most significant impression you've gotten that's different than being out in the open sea?
Oh, that's a great question. I think one of the things that I have noticed is with fisheries, you're typically dealing with a commons problem, right? You're typically dealing with trying to manage an open resource. And so it's been really interesting to kind of transfer that to the water world and the terrestrial world, where some things are much more defined and other things have a lot more regulation around them. So it's been really interesting to kind of go from working in the commons to working in a more land-based environment. I would say those are interesting. The other thing is I'm based remotely out of Los Angeles, and it's been really interesting to work remotely, from Los Angeles in Sacramento and see how water in Sacramento really affects people in Los Angeles. So I've also been really interested to kind of see from the Southern California perspective and from the Northern California perspective, how people view water and different resources.
So you appreciate it more now, huh?
I definitely do. Every time I take a sip of water in any meeting, I definitely think about it a lot more.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Christine.
Hi, Allegra. Thank you so much for the great presentation. I've definitely learned a lot. So my question is perhaps, more on a drier topic with regards to the FIP, where it's this standardized way of trying to improve benefits, but I know that you've also worked on agricultural co-ops as well. I think you showed that map where you were, talking about the different places where, you've looked into things. So is there like an analogous version of FIP for each of those different co-ops? Is there like a universal body that regulates what that might be? I'm just curious because if there's a way to maybe support, different groups that are willing to work on FIPS or work with people that do FIPS, that would be something really cool to have access to or to know where to look.
Yeah, Christine, that's a great question. I don't know what kind of the analogous, what the equivalent would be for a FIP on the land-based side. I would assume it varies largely by product, right? So like if you're going to talk about a wine cooperative, they're going to have their own set of standards versus, I think I talked to some livestock cooperatives here in California and they had different standards. So I would assume, at least in the cooperative world, on the terrestrial side, it would probably vary by product. But yeah, I don't know. It's a good question and I should look into it more.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Go ahead, Obe.
Yeah, nice presentation, Allegra. It's remarkable that you were able to visit 4 countries and do your research. Not many folks get that opportunity. My question is, having a marine science background and you are helping water supply reliability, was that a challenging transition for you to work on that topic?
It has been an interesting and difficult transition, but that's one of the benefits of the Sea Grant Fellowship is that you enter into the fellowship not necessarily knowing which state agency you will be paired with. And so you kind of are forced to enter it with an open mind and be willing to work on a lot of different issues that might be very different from what the background is that you come from. And I like to see, I think that it's really beneficial to come to the system with fresh eyes. But there's a huge learning curve. And I admit that I'm 4 months in and there is still a ton to be learned. So I look forward to continuing to learn more about the system.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thanks a lot, Allegra. Very, very interesting, and we really look forward to continue working with you. And I need to figure out where that wine co-op is in Italy. So
you and me both.
Okay, then our next presentation will be given by one of our Sea Grant postdoctoral scholars, Christine.
Hello, let me just share my screen. Okay. All right, I'm assuming everybody can see that, but please let me know if not. Okay, I see nodding heads. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Christine Grace Kabugao. I am one of the new California Sea Grant and Delta Independent Science Board postdoctoral scholars. So my talk today is titled Out of the Woods and Into the Delta. And I definitely hear what Allegra is saying about how there's a lot of new information. So this will be my 4th month. And it's been really exciting because in case the title doesn't give it away too much, my background is primarily in forest ecology. So primarily terrestrial. This will be the first time I've been working in an estuary system. So very exciting to be doing something new. So I wanted to start with my acknowledgements. So as many of you know, scientific research is very collaborative, and I've been able to draw from a lot of experience from many different institutions and from many of the wonderful people that you see up here. But this is also a good way to kind of trace out where I've been, some of the different projects that I've been part of. So my graduate education took place primarily in the University of Tennessee, Knoxville and Oak Ridge National Laboratory. And then last year, I worked with Dr. Romy Chakraborty in the Microbial Ecology Lab at Berkeley National Laboratory. So those have kind of been the main institutions that have been where most of my research has taken place. So before any of that, though, I did my undergrad education at UC Berkeley, College of Natural Resources. And so I have a bit of a soft spot for undergraduate research projects because there's a direct line between these two research opportunities that I was part of and the work that I'm doing today. So one of these projects was the Sierra Nevada Adaptive Management Project, SNAP for short. And so this map on your left is a field map of where we were doing basically hikes out to these different parts of the Sierra Nevada forest. And so I was part of the fire ecology and ecosystem health team. There's a photo of us there on the top right. And so our job was to really look at some of the different management practices that were being tried out to see if there was a better way to reduce fire severity and intensity. So as you know, in California, our forests burn quite frequently. So if there's a way to manage those forest lands a little bit better to make the forest not burn as hot or as often, that was what this project was meant to address. And then while I was on campus, I was with Dr. Wendy Silver's biogeochemistry lab, where we were looking at trying to improve CO2 sequestration by working with landowners and trying to see, are there different management techniques that we could do in these grassland ecosystems where we could increase the drawdown of CO2? So these were two projects that were quite fundamental in terms of setting in my mind science as a career, because that wasn't something that I entered, at my undergrad necessarily looking to be, but it was these interactions with postdocs, with graduate students, with PIs that really set in my mind the role that ecology could have in shaping how we use natural resources. So I started looking into graduate school, trying to look at different programs, different options, and I was recruited to do research with the Bredesen Center for Interdisciplinary Research and Graduate Education, based out of University of Tennessee, Knoxville. And so this was unique in that it was a joint program between the university and a national laboratory. So you could have faculty from both. And so that was something that was really interesting to me, just because you can draw from more experiences, it never hurts. And so while there, I was with the Next Generation Ecosystems Experiments Trophic project. And it had this very specific focus on looking at soil biogeochemistry and how that might influence different ecosystem responses to climate change. So that's like the main umbrella question that all of the research projects I've been doing thus far have kind of fallen under. And so these are just a few photos from the field with the root ecology team. Our field site that we went to most often was in Puerto Rico, but we've also done work in Panama. We've also done work in Manaus, Brazil, in the Amazon. And then more recently, I started digging into the microbes a little bit with my work at Berkeley Lab, but it all falls under trying to understand soil biogeochemistry and how the flow of nutrients, how the flow of carbon really influences a lot of the plants and microbes that are important to understand if we're going to look at climatic responses. So I wanted to start with just a little bit of background because not everybody's familiar with tropical forests. We don't really have them in the US outside of Puerto Rico. So, but like wetlands, they are very significant significant carbon sinks. But it's unsure the magnitude of that statement out into the future. So the model runs that you are looking at on the left graph there are basically different predictions of whether or not tropical forests will remain carbon sinks over time. And you can see there's a wide variation. So some models are saying, yes, definitely for tropical forests are gonna be strong carbon sinks. Some models are saying definitely not, they're gonna become a carbon source. So there's this wide discrepancy, this wide variation that could be constrained a little bit better. And so one of the areas that we were looking into is the impact of phosphorus limitation on the productivity of tropical trees. And so this has to do with soil development, where unlike nitrogen, where microbes can fix nitrogen gas into a form of nitrogen that plants and microbes can take up, phosphorus tends to be a limited nutrient because it is rock derived. So the amount of phosphorus in the ecosystem that's there when it forms is the finite cap. And so it consistently cycles between an organic phosphorus pool and an inorganic phosphorus pool that plants and microbes have access to. So this balance between the amount of organic phosphorus and the amount of available phosphorus in the soil is what can limit growth for tropical trees. So the NG Tropics project had this very intentional goal of trying to match the ecosystem processes that ecologists are interested in modeling and the areas of the model where some of that data can be used to fill some gaps. And so this approach was, in my mind, made a lot of sense because as empiricists, we want to understand ecosystem processes. Modelers want to represent those ecosystem processes a little bit better. So they're kind of flip sides of the same coin. So one of the areas where we didn't have a lot of information was this particular enzyme activity called phosphatase. And so this is the enzyme that is released by both plants and microbes that mediates that transformation of organic phosphorus, which plants and microbes can't use, and inorganic phosphorus, which they can. So the production of this enzyme is necessary. It's a necessary way for the biotic components of the ecosystem to interact with the soil environment. And so incidentally, it's not represented in models, or at least it's not represented very well. So much of my research was to figure out how to do that. So this is a piece of a much larger model that is focused on trying to represent the phosphorus cycle within tropical forests. And so in the model, there's this term biochemical mineralization that is used as a proxy for this enzyme activity, but it's not ground truth. So there's some range from literature, from Arabidopsis, from model type plants, but it's not the same as having values that are constrained by tropical forest trees, that are constrained by tropical forest soil conditions. And so that was something that we wanted to bring to the table, is being able to say, hey, this is what we're measuring out in the field. And so this is maybe how you need to think about this parameter. So we looked at this in a couple of different ways. We looked at it through the lens of comparing different tree species, different soil depths throughout elevated CO2. And so I'm primarily going to be focusing on the soil depth study just because it connects some of those two other experiments very well. So this was our field site. This was the location of our field site in Puerto Rico. If you haven't gone, it's incredibly beautiful. It's a US Forest Service site. So you are actually able to just drive up and see all of the little flags where we took soil cores and where we measured tree diameter. So it's really cool to be doing field work and get a chance to like talk to hikers who are just visiting and who, you know, they want to know why you have all of that tape and all of those like shovels. So it was a really cool place to work. But it was also really great scientifically because there's two different parent materials, so two different soil conditions where we could compare variability. And also there was a lot of common tree species that were found throughout the area. So it was a way to kind of get a representative sample of what types of phosphatase activity might be in the ground. So before that, I want to talk a little bit about how we sample for this, just because when you hear phosphatase, this is what I'm referring to. So there's a couple of different ways. We can take a soil core, which is basically just taking a plug of the soil core and then pulling out roots and measuring from that. But if we want to get down to like a species level understanding of this particular enzyme, we have to trace from the base of the tree. And that means for several hours, just crawling on the ground, trying to find the most finest roots, because these are the parts of the root system that are most sensitive to different interactions with microbes or with the soil environment. So that's what you're seeing in that kind of second photo, is what the fine roots look like for Manilcara bidentata. And so after we've cleaned them, we expose them to a paranitrophenol phosphate substrate. So this is meant to mimic some of the natural organic phosphorus molecules that this enzyme might encounter in the soil. So instead of manufacturing or trying to extract out organic phosphorus, we use a proxy molecule just because it gives us a little bit of a cleaner result. And so as the enzyme on the surface of these roots interacts with this substrate, it'll take off that phosphate group and turn into an end product called paranitrophenol. And this is yellow in color. So there's a direct link between the intensity of the yellow color and the amount of enzyme activity. So higher yellow color, more enzyme activity. So one of our first projects was to look at this enzyme activity in the different tree species that were present on our site. But we knew that it was going to be a hard ask for the modelers to model the millions of tree species in the Amazon rainforest. That wouldn't have been fair, and we wouldn't have been able to get all the data for that anyway. So what we ended up doing was averaging out all of the data that we had per site to get a spatial understanding of this enzyme activity in a tropical site. And so that is the model run that you're seeing on the rightmost graph, where it's an indication of biochemical mineralization according to a time series. And so what you're looking at is the trend is somewhat able, the model is somewhat able to capture the trends in our sites, where our sites with the lowest amount of phosphorus availability had the highest amount of this enzyme, which makes sense. The trees there would have to work a little bit harder to get phosphorus out of the ground. So we know that there's a spatial difference in available phosphorus, and that's something that models can represent really well. Models are really good at kind of getting the spread of across a landscape, but that's not necessarily true for depth. So this was a significant model gap where some models don't even model soil layers. They just have like a block and it's just, you know, that's where everything goes. So we were trying to get a little bit of a finer resolution of some of these processes. So these are a couple graphs of some of the soil factors that we measured in our soil depth study. And so the main takeaway here is really that there are some soil factors that are in the model, like phosphorus, where they are able to be represented fairly well, just not necessarily through depth. And so this was a way of us trying to find proxy ways to represent aspects of roots that weren't in the model. So for example, find root mass density, soil phosphatase activity, and root phosphatase activity. So these are things where we know that they're important biologically, but how do we represent them in the model so that we can capture how they're interacting with and providing feedback for plant growth? So one of the ways we were trying to do that was to match these factors with the factors that are in the model. So there's a lot going on this graph as well. So this is just one of the figures in the paper, but this was our attempt to do that, to try to link what's not in the model with what's in the model. And so in this case, it's root phosphatase. And so in the figures that you're seeing on the right, the main takeaway is that for both of our factors that we identified as important, one of them is a soil factor, available phosphorus, and the other one is a root factor, specific fine root length. And so unfortunately, roots are currently not included in the model. But what we found through our linear mixed effects approach to identifying what key variables were needed to really capture that activity and capture that variation, it was really both of those together. And so it's intuitive from a scientific sense to know that, of course, you would need both soils and roots to represent this enzyme, but it's difficult in practice. And so I think that's why it's important to continue doing these studies where you're trying to ground truth and you're continuously trying to find ways to represent some of these difficult parameters. So after that, I started to think a little bit more about ways where I could expand my ability to do soil biogeochemical research. And it's really difficult to do work in this field without talking about microbes. So I figured that was an area where I might need to expand and actually do some microbial ecology research. So I was able to work with the ecology department to do some of that work with the Chakraborty lab. And one of the first things that I did was to start look at what are some of the tools that we have to understand what microbes are doing in the environment. So we know that for the most part, nutrients in terrestrial ecosystems are kind of stuck onto the surface of mineral surfaces. So microbes have to have ways to take them off in order to process them and in order to get them to move throughout the nutrient cycle. So it's interesting to have gotten the chance to look at some of these like mass spec approaches where people are able to look at the actual nature of the compound and then tell you the effects of microbial processing. So what I mean by this is when we talk about carbon, we talk about residence time. How long will that carbon stay in the ground? How long will it be sequestered? But that's also partially a microbial question. It has to do with the type of organic carbon compound. How well does that organic compound stick to mineral surfaces? How easily is it for microbes to access that carbon and get it to decompose? So those are the types of questions that I was really interested in answering. So one of the projects that is ongoing, we still have data that we're crunching through, is this subsequent experiment that I did from work that my colleague Moon Uyi just finished, where we're exposing different microbial communities to specific carbon sources. And the value of this is trying to understand when a plant produces something in the soil, how does that change the microbial community? How does that change the speed at which different things cycle? And this has to do with first understanding, well, what microbes are there in the first place. So this is still ongoing work, but I'm pretty excited to see, what we find. And then the last experiment out of that group that I had involvement with was looking at microbial volatile organic compounds. So these are gaseous in nature, which means that they diffuse quite well throughout the soil pore space. And the reason this is valuable is because most often than not, when we have to sample soils, we have to take it out of the environment it's in, it gets thrown to a Ziploc bag, it gets mixed around. And so we're disrupting the soil structure and we're introducing things that wouldn't necessarily be there. And that's just par for the course, that's just how it is. But if we can use these volatile organic compounds as proxies for some of that behavior, if we can link some of these volatile compounds that microbes are producing to an actual metabolic activity, then there's a way to actually start thinking about observing them without having to disturb their actual system. So this is yet again something where we're still pulling through the data, but this was one where we used a gas chromatography mass spec machine tied to a proton transfer reaction mass spec to look at the actual compounds that these microbes are producing. But after that work, I was really excited to see an opportunity to work with the Delta Independent Science Board. I was alerted to it by a friend in the department. And to me, it felt like kind of going back to my roots a little bit. As I mentioned, those two undergraduate projects were adaptive management-y type projects to begin with. And so the intent was always to be able to use my skill set and apply them to a wide range of problems. And more specifically, to look at these kind of human ecological relationships. And so that's something where I've been really fortunate to have gotten this opportunity, because in the past 4 months that I've been here, that has certainly been the case. I've gotten a chance to look at fish. I've gotten a chance to look at carbon markets. So it's been a wide range of things, but all very new and all very exciting. So as I mentioned, there are a few projects that I've currently had the opportunity to work on, subsidence primarily, but we are still moving forward with some of the food webs reviews. And as Chair Brandt mentioned earlier, there is some need for our help to work on the science needs assessment. And as we've heard, there are many reviews that are potentially planned. So as those become more fleshed out, I'm certainly excited to see where I might have a role. But with that said, I have my references here in case anybody wants to see any of the papers that I've referenced, but I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Christine.
Thank you.
I see everyone applauding. Lisa?
Hi, thanks, Christine. So much work in a short period of time. Very impressive. I really like your message that it's important to ground truth models, especially when we have these lumped parameters or proxies for processes. But I was kind of waiting for a punchline from your work, which was given that a proxy typically gets used, and then you learned all this stuff about the heterogeneity of conditions, how wrong was the model compared to what you found in the field?
Well, so for the soil depth study, they actually haven't even done the model run for that. So I think part of me suspects somebody might just be really super scared to try doing something like that. But I will say, so the project as a whole has moved on without me. And so now for the Department of Energy ecosystem land model latest iteration, it is nutrient enabled. So whether that is throughout the soil column, which I have to look into it, I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure about that, but for sure it is actually part of the model now to at least consider phosphorus, if not at least trying to tie it to the root system. Roots are very tricky because, you know, as a root ecologist, where the roots are in the soil system, that's where this enzyme is. So you need to be able to model it, but modelers have communicated to me that it's difficult to do that properly because we can't observe roots very well. So we don't exactly know where they are in the soil. So there is that data gap that's still being worked out.
Well, thanks. And I mean, I just think there's a bigger conversation to be had about where do we target this ground truthing? You know, when is the lumped model good enough? And so it's just something that's always in my mind as an economist of how do we target our resources cost.
So the reason I'm laughing is because to the large ecosystem scale modelers, they would argue that roots don't matter. And so we should really just not even look at them at all. But of course, they do explain a large part of that variation. So in that paper, you know, that I was looking at, the soil and root factors together explained 80% of the variation in this particular enzyme activity. So that, including the roots alone, was explaining a portion of variation that we wouldn't have been able to explain if we didn't include them. But it's hard. So it's hard in practice. So I empathize with that. But you know, if you'll see that sometimes, this back and forth of root ecologists being you need roots in the model, and then slowly but surely we're pushing for their inclusion.
Okay, Tom.
Christine, I have a technical question about the phosphorus. Yeah, I presume you're dealing with residual soils because you said the phosphorus was coming out of the rock. Do you know what minerals it's associated with in the rock? And then a second part, where does phosphorus come in transported soils?
Sure. So for the phosphorus is derived from the weathering of the parent material. So different parent materials give you like a different amount of phosphorus. So in this case, in the graph that I showed from Walker and Sayers 1976, is primarily calcium apatite. So the slow weathering of calcium apatite over time turns into inorganic organic phosphorus. Did that answer your question?
And yeah, that would take care of the residual soil, but transported soils presumably are providing phosphorus as well.
Yes, that is true.
Where does it come from?
So there's dust from the Sahara, actually, that will sometimes end up through wind deposition into tropical forests. So there are papers that have tried to quantify like what percentage that is, but on the ground ecology, we haven't really considered it. We consider it negligent relative to the amount of organic phosphorus in the soil. And the reason that is because the organic phosphorus in the soil is between 20 to 30%, the rest being occluded, meaning not available. It's bound so tightly to the minerals in the soil, it would take, you know, many years for plants to be able to use that. So the pool that plants are able to interact with on a seasonal growth cycle is that organic phosphorus pool.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks, Christine. That was a wonderful presentation, and I just learned a lot, and so happy to have you on our team here.
Thank you.
So my question is, since you now have come kind of full circle with the adaptive management idea, how is your thinking now that you've been, you know, at least working with the Independent Science Board and in the Delta for a few months now, and how's your thinking on adaptive management kind of changed over the years since you're undergraduate? And I would suspect that, you know, what you learned as a graduate student and doing your own research and thinking about, you know, just the challenges of data collection and monitoring and modeling and how we use that type of information to inform decisions. That might play a role in also how you think about adaptive management. So I'd love to hear you kind of think about or talk through, what do you think are some of the big challenges facing the process of adaptive management or the implementation of adaptive management in a system like the Delta, and what have you learned over the course of your studies that could help us think about it maybe in new ways?
So
another big question.
So, when I started, I think I had this idea that, well, as soon as scientists say this, then people will just do that. And people will manage the land that way. And so obviously there's a lot more nuance between what we as scientists know and what we can say with confidence, can be used to change, management practices. And so I would say that that's the biggest thing I've learned is there's definitely more conversation that needs to happen. It's not top down. It's very much, let's all come to the table. What is actually going to work here? And so that is something that is new, because many of the experiences that I've had have been primarily ecological research, where we as the scientists are deciding this is the research question that we're going to answer. This is who we want to communicate to. And so kind of middle of my research experience, I was kind of just like, well, we are publicly funded scientists. I was funded by DOE, and I want to be able to give some of that knowledge back to everybody. So that's why a lot of my stuff is public accessible. That's why the data is in repositories and stuff like that. And so, in terms of the Delta and thinking about, the challenge to adaptive management, I would say that I have no formal training in kind of doing that part of it, where it's just like, how do I need to communicate to you so that you as a stakeholder understand the risks, so that you as a stakeholder understand what the different options are that we can say with some scientific certainty, right? Because certainty to a scientist is different from certainty to other people from different fields, let alone, a public member. So I think that that's, even in the few months that I've been here, that's certainly more training than I've had in like the past 6 years. So I'm definitely learning a lot by being here, and I'm excited to work with the board to work on those challenges.
Yeah, thank you. The communication of certainty and uncertainty is a perennial challenge in that interface between science and management and policy. For sure.
Exactly.
Okay, Obe.
Hey, Christine, thank you. Nice presentation. So I'm going to ask you this question, and you may not have an answer to this, as modelers, and there's a lot of models being considered in, that we might be reviewing. So you've done a lot of research on what we call a point scale, a single, let's say plant or tree or root system. But I was curious, when you talk to the modelers, now, how would they deal with that spatial variability you discussed? How do you scale up? And that might be relevant to some of the other modeling that's being done in associated with what we're going to be reviewing. So I was curious if you have any suggestions for the modelers, how to scale up your important point scale research to spatial scale to be practical in the long run.
So that's definitely a question that I feel like I've been banging my head up against like this whole time, because many of these measurements are done at a centimeter scale. As much as we do try to scale up, it's just the scale where we would need to operate like a hectare level scale or something. We just don't have enough people to be able to measure roots at that level. So there does need to be some kind of method to do that. But and I unfortunately don't have a great answer for you. As you saw in one of my slides, what we ended up doing was averaging, like all of the roots that we had collected, we just averaged it by site. And so that was what we had to work with at the time. I mean, that data is still there. So if there is a method that comes out later, we can certainly apply it and try to scale it. But that is true where it is a constant problem, where we just have a limitation in terms of what we can measure and the volume of data that we can supply to fit these model needs.
Yeah,
I wish
feel
I
like
had a
you-
better answer.
No, that's fine.
More
I
field
just-
ecologists.
Yeah, this is a typical problem even the hydrologists face. But I think your research is important because you will know what kind of error you're going to induce by scaling up or averaging in space. So thank you for doing that. Interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, Diane.
Again, thanks very much for an excellent presentation. I'm probably one of the few members of the board who's actually done studies of phosphatase. I've studied acid phosphatase and acid mine drainage streams, and it's the answer to how everything works. But in any event, I just wanted to say that one of the aspects of the delta is the water is moving. You know, we have these flows, we have we can keep track, and so that helps with the spatial scale, or that's an aspect of scaling that is we can think about. And I would encourage you to get involved in some of these upcoming topics that may involve nutrient considerations, because I think that your background would be particularly useful.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I was going to get in contact with Bob later.
Okay, Bob.
Well, thanks, Christine. That was a great presentation. And perhaps I have a question, but perhaps you've already answered it in terms of responding to Diane and Obi. But from a soil perspective, when you look at the Delta, you have such a tremendous diversity of soil conditions and probably soil types too. From your time working on the Delta so far, what do you see as the one or two grand challenges in terms of understanding the soils better and how they actually help, set the template for the ecosystem processes and things such as carrying capacity and productivity. So just your thoughts on that, whatever they might be. I would be interested in hearing them.
Yeah, I'm sure that I will come up with more. As is true, the more you research something, the more questions you have. So one of the things that I've been really curious to look into a little bit more is allochthonous carbon. So this is the carbon that's just in the water. It can sometimes be detrital carbon, so it's coming up from dead vegetation. It could be runoff that's coming out from the drainage systems, that kind of accompany the levees. But quantifying that and getting an idea of how much carbon is there actually in that is going to be an interesting process, partially because, when I was looking into some of the carbon markets and the potential uncertainties there, that was an area where there wasn't a lot of great, how do I want to say this? There wasn't a great way to measure that. And so I'm curious to look into that a little bit more.
Okay, great. That'd be a wonderful topic. So we should talk some more about that for sure. Great.
Okay, Virginia.
Okay, I think you called on me. It's
Yes.
breaking up a little. So I really liked the way you talked about the model to field approach, which, as you know, is kind of a hallmark of the way Oak Ridge National Lab does something. But to me, the next step is really to think about what to monitor and how to monitor, which is a topic this board has dealt with. So have you thought about how to translate, what you've learned about phosphorus and maybe broader nutrient limitation to monitor and what should be monitoring? And kind of the follow-on question is, how can you help us be thinking about that linkage between empirical data to modeling to monitoring, because that's a big part of what we need to be thinking about as well.
So the first question, I would say that the Delta has the opposite problem to the tropics in that there's actually more phosphorus flowing around the Delta than there needs to be. And so that might contribute, in fact, to harmful algal blooms. So I don't necessarily see, I'll have to check because I don't know if phosphorus is on the list of things that's, consistently monitored, but I'd argue that the problem is not that there's not enough phosphorus. Arguably there's more than that. But in terms of that model data connection and trying to think about, well, what are things that we might need to monitor that we are currently not monitoring? Kind of on my radar is contaminants. There is some literature now about different levels of PFAS, different types of contaminants, different types of microplastics. And I don't know that this is currently modeled, so don't quote me on that. I don't know that for sure. But if it's not, that should be something that maybe we could consider because it is important to water quality. And that does have a very, seems like there's a lot of stuff that's being monitored for water quality. And so it seems natural to also have some understanding of what's happening with contamination as well.
Well, thank you. And we'll look forward to your additional thoughts on this topic. It'll be helpful.
Thank you, Virginia.
Okay, well, thanks, Christine. I think we can move on to our second postdoctoral scholar, Lillian.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for bearing with me. I know I'm the last presentation, so thanks for your attention. Okay, so I am also similar to Allegra. I'm transitioning from the ocean to the Delta, and I call this my anadromous science path because I am kind of moving from the ocean up into freshwater. And so, but a main focus of what I've worked on in the past and what I hope to work on continuously in the future is researching climate change and human impacts on ecosystems. So I'll give you a brief outline, which hopefully doesn't date me, so I'll talk a little bit very briefly about my undergraduate work and then some time as a research technician at the University of Delaware, followed by my graduate school and postdoctoral research at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and then that will bring us to the present day for the Delta Independent Science Board. Okay, so I did my undergraduate research at Eckerd College, which is a liberal arts college in St. Petersburg, Florida, which for those of you who are not familiar with Florida is about halfway down the peninsula on the Gulf side. So a lot of the work that I did, fortunately, we were very lucky that the college was right on the ocean. And so it was a really incredible place to have an undergraduate career because I was able to directly go explore the things that I was studying. So I was very fortunate about that. In addition to my own research that I was pursuing, which was kind of relating to marine organisms and their visual capabilities, I also received a Noah Holling Scholarship. And so this actually gives you the opportunity to collaborate with a government research lab for one summer and conduct research with them. So as a kind of weird preview of coming events, I actually did my research internship at the NOAA Southwest Fisheries Science Center, which is actually here in La Jolla and very much associated with Scripps Institution of Oceanography. And through this, I was able to look at movement patterns of elasmobranchs or sharks in relation to environmental conditions and tides. So we did focus on the local species, the leopard shark, shown in the middle photo. In addition, I had the opportunity to be part of some juvenile shark surveys off the coast of California. So here you can, on the right, you can see me releasing a recently tagged juvenile blue shark back to the ocean. So this was really, really interesting. And kind of throughout my undergraduate really cemented that I was very, very much interested in research and loved conducting science. So after I graduated from undergrad, I then transitioned to the University of Delaware, where I worked as a research technician. And my primary focus when I was at the University of Delaware was studying human impacts on marine ecosystems. And this was largely facilitated by the fact that right before I had graduated my undergrad, there was the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. And because we were so close to the Gulf of Mexico, this shook the communities there, both fishing and ecological communities, economics. This basically kind of, I guess, was a fire onto everything, and became a really interesting topic to focus on human impacts on the marine ecosystem. So a lot of the work that I did, we were part of several grants that were associated with the Deepwater Horizon oil spill and determining the effects of both the crude oil and also the dispersant, which was Corexit, on marine life in the Gulf of Mexico. And so we actually focused mostly on zooplankton. So we focused on copepods. An example shown here, this is not the exact species that we focused on, but we looked at how the crude oil, different fractions of the crude oil as well as the crude oil and dispersant affected the physiology and behavior of zooplankton. Or these copepods. And so, this is just some images from the Gulf of Mexico, as well as some of the pictures from the research cruises and some of the methods we used to collect this data. So I then was continuously interested in, of course, pursuing science. I'll actually mention that while I was a technician at the University of Delaware, our research grant funding was finishing up. So I started working part-time on one grant and part-time on another grant. And this second grant actually dealt with the effects of hypoxia, or low oxygen, on growth and development in fish in the Delaware Bay. So I started dipping my toes into slightly more estuarine research and then during that time. So I, naturally I'm a curious person and started asking all these questions. And because I did a lot of my undergraduate research on vision, I started putting 2 and 2 together and started wondering what other things hypoxia or low oxygen could affect. And this started leading me to kind of formulate these questions that led to the bulk of my work for my dissertation. So again, then for my graduate career, I moved to Scripps Institution of Oceanography here in San Diego, California, where I really was interested in broadly determining the effects of climate change on marine organisms. Okay, so again, I'm going to give a very quick background. So mostly on, deoxygenation, but when we're considering the effects of climate change on the ocean, we're really considering 3 main aspects, which I call the trifecta of climate change for the ocean. So the increase in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere leads to warming, and the ocean has taken up about 90% of the heat that has entered or has been created in the atmosphere. So that leads to ocean warming, as well as the increased CO2 in the atmosphere has caused an increase in acidification, so a lowering of the pH. And then the third aspect of climate change effects on the ocean is deoxygenation or hypoxia. And this is slightly less talked about, and I've had lots of interesting discussions about why it's slightly less talked about. But as a background, this figure is showing deoxygenation, which is really a global problem. So globally, there's been about a 2% decline in oxygen content across the world. And this figure is showing some of the areas shown here with the red shading, where oxygen has really declined over the last 60 years. So this figure was looking at the last 6 decades. But if you've looked at the IPCC reports or future projections, the oxygen has primarily been forecasted to continue to decrease. And one thing that I'd like to point out is that regionally, the losses of oxygen can be much greater than this global 2% average. So for example, off the coast of Southern California, there's been about a 20% to 30% decline of oxygen on the outer shelf. And so not surprisingly, the loss of oxygen in these regions, especially since this can be exacerbated by nutrient input on coastal ecosystems causing eutrophication and hypoxia near the coast. This can have a very large effect on the animals that live in the marine ecosystems because many organisms rely on oxygen for a wide variety of processes. And so, unsurprisingly, based on my undergraduate research, the process that I focused on mostly was fission. And so vision is extremely important for marine organisms. And so many marine organisms use vision for prey capture, for predator avoidance, for the detection of conspecifics, for reproduction or communication, as well as many organisms, especially those that vertically migrate, they use light or irradiance as a vertical migration cue, or it helps determine their distribution with depth in the ocean. But one interesting thing when I first started doing some research about this was that I learned that vision has extremely high oxygen requirements. And that's primarily due to the fact that vision relies on aerobic respiration, so respiration involving oxygen, for its function. And so the effects of low oxygen on vision has been actually fairly well determined in terrestrial organisms. However, it is not well described in marine organisms, despite the fact that marine animals are exposed to varying conditions of oxygen on multiple time scales and spatial scales. And so the primary question that I wanted to address throughout my dissertation research was, does low oxygen affect vision in marine invertebrates? And so this is the title of my thesis. It's a mouthful, so I'm not going to repeat it. But primarily my dissertation focused on examining two stressors, light and oxygen, and how that affected the visual physiology, metabolic physiology, visual behavior, and then the visual ecology of marine organisms. And for my thesis, I really focused on early life stages or larval organisms. And I looked at several different early life stages of highly visual species, including a squid, an octopus, and two types of crabs. And just as a informative thing, when you see PO2 on the slides, that's referring to the partial pressure of oxygen, which is one of the ways that we can measure kind of the bioavailability of oxygen for animals. Okay, so the first thing that we wanted to look at was how does low oxygen actually affect the ability, the physiological ability of animals to see. And so kind of in the early research, what we found was that visual physiology is actually very strongly affected by low oxygen. And what we wanted to do was essentially expose these animals to varying conditions of oxygen while we are simultaneously measuring their visual function through a lot of different physiology experiments. So these figures, it's not super important that you understand the specifics, but these figures on the y-axis are showing oxygen. And this is essentially showing mean values where the animal has 90% visual function, 50% visual function, and 10% visual function. So we developed these three visual metrics to essentially compare across species and normalize across experiments and different species. So I'd like to point out two main things that we found in this study. The first was visually, you can see that these all look very different. We saw very species-specific differences in their susceptibility to low oxygen through their visual system. And second, I'd like to point out that these effects of low oxygen in the visual system start happening at oxygen levels that are not normally considered risky for marine animals. So they're well above the thresholds of what we normally consider hypoxia in the marine environment. So the next thing we wanted to do is basically see how this physiological impairment to low oxygen would then be manifested in behaviors in animals. And so here I'm showing squid as an example, but we did this in two of the species. We tried to determine how visual behavior would change when we expose these animals to low oxygen. So we placed these animals in a tall vertical chamber and essentially measured their vertical position in response to a light stimulus. And we exposed them to different conditions of oxygen so we could see how this visual response may change. And so again, it's not super important you understand the specifics of this figure, but they're showing the vertical position of animals in this chamber under different irradiance levels. So high light levels are over to the right, low light levels are over to the left. And these yellow dots are indicating the vertical position of the animals before and during a light stimulus. And then the purple spots are showing the vertical position of the animals after the light stimulus. So what we found was this very dependable response where we saw the animals sunk down lower into the chamber as when we turned off the light stimulus. And so most importantly, we saw that this very dependable visual behavior that occurred at all light levels really shut down after we exposed the animal to low enough oxygen. And this indicates that this behavioral response to light, which is incredibly important for survival for these larvae, as well as their distribution in the water column, really shuts down when you start exposing them to low oxygen. So with that, we also, I realized that these laboratory oxygen limits for vision and for physiology and behavior don't really mean as much unless you place them in the context of what the animal is actually experiencing in the marine environment. And so I examined data from CalCoffee, which is a California Cooperative Oceanic Fisheries Investigations. And that's a group that has been essentially collecting oceanographic and biological data off of the coast of California for over 60 years now. I'm sorry, over 70 years now. And so, what we did was use this really robust data set of different light and oxygen conditions over time. And we were able to take our laboratory oxygen limits and start comparing them to the past conditions that these animals may have experienced in their habitat. And we did this so essentially we could come up with this conceptual visual habitat that the animals may have. So if the animals were to distribute themselves according to their visual function, or the conditions that would allow them to have good visual function, where would that habitat be, and will it have compressed over time? So these figures are showing on the y-axis is depth as a function of time. We examined between 1984 and 2019. Each of these dots is representing the maximum depth of this visual habitat that we calculated. And we considered this in both nearshore and offshore environments. And so what we found, kind of the main conclusions from this were, one, that in the nearshore habitats especially, these animals could potentially have seen a very large compression of their available habitat where they have suitable vision over time. And secondly, that currently these animals are actually experiencing oxygen conditions that cause impaired vision in their habitat right now. So that's not even considering future environmental change. So naturally, these data need to be ground truth with actual vertical distributions of larvae, which we don't have because it's very challenging to collect those data. But we thought this would provide kind of a conceptual overview of how we can start thinking about the impacts of sublethal changes of climate change and how that will impact species in the future and their vulnerability. Okay, so this, I know I'm running over time, so I'll try to be brief. This leads me up to my postdoctoral research. We had some funding left over, so I continued on kind of focusing on fish instead of marine invertebrates. And we really wanted to test how low oxygen affects early life stages of fish. So I broadened out a little bit, and this was collaborations with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, as well as the Hub SeaWorld Research Institute, who have a hatchery for white sea bass here in San Diego. And so what we did was we wanted to look at the aerobic scope of fish larvae and see how maybe there are different sensitivities to low oxygen, or their oxygen capacity essentially of different species that live in different habitats with different oxygen exposures. So we conducted this research in respirometry in larval white sea bass, black-tail snailfish shown here on the left, and also cowcod larvae, which is a rockfish off the coast of California. So that's kind of still has not yet been published. But and then the most recent experiments that I've been a part of has really been looking at slightly larger early life stage of fish, looking at oxygen effects on visual behavior in juvenile fish. And so for this, we've been focusing on two different types of rockfish who live in different oxygen habitats. And this examines the effects of low oxygen on what's called an optomotor response in fish. So an optomotor response is this really cool innate behavior that fish have. If you expose the animal to a stimulus, a circular stimulus of black and white stripes, if you start rotating that stimulus, if the fish can see it, it will start swimming in the same direction of the rotation. So this is a really dependable innate behavior that fish have, and we can use that to test not only their visual response to a stimulus, but also their visual acuity, which is the ability of the eye to distinguish shapes at a given distance. And then we can do this under different oxygen conditions to really explore how fish behavior is going to change under different oxygen conditions. So here on the video on the right, you can see one of these experiments where there's a clockwise rotation and the fish is also swimming in a clockwise motion. Okay, so this leads me up to the Delta, which is with the California Sea Grant, as well as the Delta Independent Science Board. And so my true motivation for transitioning to the Delta was kind of threefold. So during my PhD, I was able to conduct some interdisciplinary science, which I really fell in love with. So I collaborated with the psychology department at UCSD because the methods that I wanted to use to test visual function in fish or invertebrates didn't exist in oceanography. And then I collaborated with national and state fisheries organizations, as well as local fish hatcheries. So one goal was to really be able to conduct interdisciplinary holistic research on multiple scales. So I really enjoy looking all the way from very specific physiology all the way up to how that physiology or other processes may affect things on a larger ecosystem scale. And second, I really wanted to kind of explore further and assess human impacts on different ecosystems. So transitioning really from the ocean to the Delta, kind of a really cool multi-use system that's really important for economics and social structure in California, as well as the ecology there, was really interesting to me. In addition, I was hoping that this would provide some opportunity to engage with stakeholders, communities, and policymakers on some different topics that I have not yet explored. So I'm sure most of you have heard this, but some of the current projects that we've been working on with the ISB are making some products from previous reviews, such as the Monitoring Enterprise Review, the Non-Native Species Review, as well as the Science Needs Assessment, and then also looking forward to those future reviews. I've so far been a part of the Food Web Review, hopefully going to be a part of the Climate Change Forecasting and Scenario Development Review, as well as Environmental Flows and Resilient Delta. So thank you for your attention. I know I'm the last one to speak, so thank you. I appreciate your attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, now my mic is off. I had thanked you for an excellent talk and said a bunch of other brilliant things too. Bob.
Well, first of all, Lillian, thank you. I can't believe that you've done so much in such a short amount of time. Really nice research. I want to come back to actually something that you had mentioned to me separate from your presentation. And you had said to me, I don't know whether it was in person or in an email, that you had used neuroscience techniques in your research. And I was, if I'm remembering correctly, perhaps you could tell me a little bit about how neuroscience or techniques or approaches from neuroscience are benefiting the kinds of things that or helping you understand the things that you're interested in researching.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Bob. That's a really great question. So UCSD is a little different in that their psychology department is actually mostly neuroscientists. So a lot of the work that I did collaborating with the psychology department was essentially with neuroscientists. So it's been incredibly really invaluable for me to start collaborating with them. So when I first started talking about this idea and really wanting to study this, I had to ask, okay, how am I going to study this? And at the time, the techniques that I wanted to use, I was kind of aware of from reading other papers, but they were not really commonly used in oceanography. And so essentially what I tried to do is I collaborated with this extremely trusting and very kind person in the psychology department who allowed me to not only use his electrophysiology rig, but also put seawater on his electrophysiology rig, which if any of you know, electrical things and seawater don't usually mix very well. So essentially what I did for the physiology of this project, I used a technique called electrophysiology, which if any of you have had an electrocardiogram, it's essentially the same thing. So an electrocardiogram measures electrical activity in your heart. So you see a spike every time your heart beats. So I essentially did that and measured the visual readout of visual function in animals using a technique called the electroretinograms, which essentially does the exact same thing and measures the electrical, connectivity and physiology in the eye, which allows us to tell how well the visual system of an animal is functioning. And so that was incredibly useful because it actually allowed us to directly measure physiological function, because for anyone who's studied animal behavior, it's incredibly challenging to attribute animal behavior to any one specific physiological thing, because so many different things can be involved in a behavioral response. So to actually be able to collaborate with neuroscientists and use different techniques and bring different techniques from a different field into oceanography to ask different types of questions that hadn't really been asked before was incredibly valuable.
Oh, absolutely. Well, one final question, just quickly. What do you see as a grand challenge for either yourself, in terms of a topic, or for the ISB concerning the Delta? What's the most important thing that you or we could be doing or doing together?
That's a really good question. So I'm only about 2 months, just about starting my 3rd month now into this project, and already my answer from when I first started and now is slightly different. So when I first started, a lot of the interest that drove me later on in my postdoctoral research was looking at I think scientists have very well defined certain thresholds that can be looked at with animals, particularly marine animals, to determine how they react to certain stressors. And so, very commonly this is like an LC50, or like if we're talking about contaminants, like some lethal dose, 50% of, the dose that would cause death in an animal, right? And so these are all, or thermal maximums, or critical oxygen pressures. So these are all really, really extreme thresholds in animals. And I think some of my interest towards the later stages of my postdoctoral research really transitioned to being very, very interested in the sublethal effects of climate change on animals and in ecosystems, because I think that there's a lot of things that we're missing. If an animal is really affected by temperature and has this thermal maximum, yes, that might be the temperature at which this animal is not going to succeed. But if the temperature at which reproduction halts, or its ability to escape predators or find prey halts, then the temperatures that we're actually really interested in looking at are much different than that lethal maximum. So I think when I first started, I was really interested in figuring out, and kind of what I wrote when I proposed the science I wanted to conduct in the Delta was really looking at the species in the Delta and examining kind of the different things that we should be watching out for that might be some of those sublethal thresholds, particularly in relation to the differences between thresholds and kind of capabilities of non-native and native species, and whether they're different. So essentially giving an advantage to non-native species if they have higher thresholds or different thresholds. Now I have been working in the Delta a little bit longer and am by no means an expert, and I'm still learning and picking up everything like a sponge, but I'm starting to realize that it's not that simple, and you can't just focus on, animal physiology and behavior. You have to really, really look at everything else that's happening. So, the excellent discussion we had today about environmental flows. And so you could have a region where a fish is not really exposed to enough food. So food availability is a concern. However, if you're also subjecting that fish to much warmer temperatures than it's used to, or a lack of flow for it to get to different areas, that's also going to be important. So I know that was a very maybe in direct response to your question. The truth is I'm still figuring it out, and I will let you know when I have some ideas.
You're full of great ideas, and you know, coming back to sublethal, the consequences of sublethal effects, I think is a great topic, and it's obviously under-researched in so many areas, and we really don't understand all the ramifications of it. And anyway, I just look forward to talking to you more about these topics. I think they're wonderful ones, and I wish you the best, and for your time here. So thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to that as well. Thanks.
Good, Anne.
Well, again, thanks for your presentation. I'm sorry I had to step out for a bit, but I was thinking, like, getting back to these sublethal effects, the Delta smelt aren't that big. Could you build one of these like black and white rotating devices, and as they put the Delta smelt out into, reintroduce them, sort of use that as their response is something to see how well they're doing in their sort of capture and release, how well they're adjusting, how healthy they are? Is this?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really great idea. I actually was part of a,
put it in
we wrote a
back
proposal
of your
about
car.
that a little bit.
Yeah, anyway, very exciting.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, we actually, I was part of a team that wrote a proposal to study that up actually in salmon up in the Pacific Northwest, to essentially see whether there have been some reports that hatchery fish don't have as good vision because they haven't been reared as an as visual complex environment as fish in the wild. And so one of the things that we proposed to study were essentially whether the visual capabilities of hatchery reared fish and also wild caught fish were different. And not only that, but their susceptibility to kind of different ocean stressors. Unfortunately didn't get funded, but still have those ideas. So absolutely, Delta smelt would be a great example fish to kind of conduct these experiments. And the nice thing about this optomotor device setup is that once you have the behavioral chamber, you can really test any number of things. You could change the salinity, you could change the temperature, you could change exposure to contaminants and look at basically neurological effects of that. So it's a really versatile system. And I think that behavior is also one of those kind of gaps in science where, because it's so challenging to do and because it can be so complex to interpret the results, the experiments are not done as frequently, which I think is a bummer because they can provide some really interesting insights. So yeah, I think it'd be really cool to do this with Delta smelt.
Because one of the challenges now is figuring out where's the optimal places to reintroduce the Delta smelt,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get some water from these places. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, Delta smelt are particularly interesting because they also rely on turbidity for successful kind of life history. And that's really interesting because that also plays into the visual system and visual behavior because of, lower light levels and stuff. So it's all very interesting. Many questions to answer.
Okay, I'd like to thank you all for your presentations again. It's clear you bring a sort of a great diversity and depth of talent to the table for us, and we all look forward working with you. Any public comment on this item, Edmund?
There are none.
Okay, so we can move on to item 15, which is talking about the upcoming Delta meetings. And our next meeting is, just pull up my thing. Our next meeting is scheduled for July 14th, and it'll be, Lisa, do you have a question?
I was wondering if we were still going to schedule a break this afternoon. We changed the things, but we had originally had a break after the first post-lunch item.
No, we should be done in about 10 minutes.
Oh, is that it? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. And so we're on item 15, which is the preparation for upcoming Delta board meetings. Our next meeting is July 14th. It'll be about a 5-hour meeting it's scheduled for. In addition to our, excuse me, our regularly scheduled kinds of meeting items, we're also going to discuss our process for the IER. We'll have some opportunity to dive in and think about our templates and where we're going. I doubt we'll have it in our hand, but we'll be able to discuss where we might go. We'll also try and maybe talk a little bit. Let's try to think. Oh, we will also approve our or vote on approving our guidance at the next meeting, and talk about completed reviews. And I think that's probably the main ideas. We might be able to set up some time to brainstorm as well to follow up on Bob's suggestion on maybe setting aside some specific topics or items or way forward to have some sort of intellectual dialogue on things that are not normally on our that are not part of our current review thinking. So our next meeting after that is a face-to-face, and that's scheduled for August 10th through 12th. And I suspect we will hopefully have a lot of opportunity to talk about our review of the EIR, depending on where we are in that process at that stage. We do plan to have a field trip as part of that. I'm sure the August 10th through 12th period will be much cooler than it is now in Sacramento. And it might be, since it's 106 or something there tomorrow. And that said, just a reminder, November 2nd through 4th is our follow-up face-to-face meeting after that. So any questions or thoughts about the upcoming meetings? Oh, yes, Bob.
Just a question. I wonder if for the July meeting, if we have a little bit of time, if there's somebody that we could either invite or somebody within our group who could give us a synopsis of the current thinking surrounding resilience. You know, what are folks discussing these days? You know, what are people thinking about? It doesn't have to be long, but it would be, I personally would find it useful to be able to catch up on, you know, what's going on in that arena.
In general or specific to the Delta?
Well, it'd be best if it was specific for the Delta, but in general too. I just would like to know what folks are thinking about these days.
So
Virginia?
Relevant to that, I was going to jump in. The Stockholm Institute on Resilience or something like that has done a lot of work, and it might be good to get someone from there to give us an update on their current thinking.
Yes, Lisa.
Wanted to say more about resilience, feel free. No more resilience talk. Okay. We also talked about prepping ourselves for the EIR, and I mentioned that we now see a bunch of models that have been used, and I wondered, obviously we won't know yet what our exact questions are with those models, but it seems like it might be useful to have some briefings.
My original thought on that is to it might be useful to have that, you know, once we dive into it and have a chance to see how critical these are, what they're being used, who's involved. We don't even know who's involved in the review process itself, so we don't have any conflicts of interest. And then if we see either on that or some other things, there's someone that would like to get up and explain some of these models. I know Joe is not online, but I know he's worked a lot with some of these models, Joe Fernando, and he might be a person, for example, who could particularly talk about some of the CMS2s and kinds of things that I know nothing about. So
yeah, I think that's a good point. We don't want to spend a ton of time delving into all these models, but I think with you who have experience from prior reviews, I bet you could make some educated guesses on which models might be the most relevant, either Joe or Jay or you. And I think we could just
Yeah,
get a little bit of
I
there.
yeah, I had looked at those models, during the last NRC review, and I should be able to join with Joe and Jay, providing some input, some of which I started asking yesterday. So, and by the way, unfortunately, I will be in Colombia for a workshop on 14th. I can try to join remotely, but I know you needed a 2/3 attendance for the voting, I think, but just so that that was scheduled long before I joined. So.
Yeah, that sounds, I think we need a quorum to run the meeting and then a 2/3 majority vote, I presume, of the people there at the time of the vote.
I'll be there in person for the August meeting for sure.
Okay. And as far as dealing with resilience, I think that's, it sounds like there's certainly an interest in doing that. And what I think we might do is maybe have that group get together, and the new eFlow group, and maybe figure out who specifically you might want to invite, or do you want to have it as it doesn't need to be done in July. It can be done in, in our August meeting, for example, which provides a little more time to get ready. And that might be a good topic for a mini panel or something like that, if you want to talk about folks that are doing it here and folks that are doing it in Stockholm or elsewhere. And but when you guys as a group get together and figure out what you want to hear and who you want to hear it from. Okay, I saw one thumbs up, so that sounds good. The next item on the agenda is just a review of the follow-up items by Edmund.
Yes. So from yesterday, where you guys focused on the Delta Conveyance Project Environmental Impact Review, I have staff are working on a meeting handout on potential chapter assignments for the upcoming review, which was actually not released for this meeting. Individual ISB members have sent in chapters in which they have expertise to review. You'll have the opportunity to review your chapter selections in light of preliminary page counts and February update, and this will be part of your public meeting materials at a future meeting. From yesterday, Jay was volunteered to develop a review template for the review, and Joe Fernanda will help co-lead that effort with Jay. I have Bob and Virginia who offered to help provide feedback once that template is developed. I know some other folks were also volunteered for this, so if I missed anyone, let me know for that particular item. In addition, this is a follow-up item for the chairship. It's just to continue to work on agenda planning and preparation for the upcoming review on the Delta Conveyance Project Environmental Impact Report. As Lisa mentioned earlier, she's interested in learning more about the models being used in the DCP project. And also from Bob Nyman yesterday, the interest to have additional science topical presentations to prepare for the review beyond the updates from DWR. For today, Steve mentioned in his report that the election of a new chair-elect will occur closer to the end of the year when all the new board members are in place. However, it could occur earlier if anyone would like to make a nomination or wants to be nominated. Just let Steve know if you have interest. For the Delta Lead Scientist report, I have that Laurel will send out a summary table of different review efforts of monitoring, including the CAMP and CSAMP effort and the 6 agency review. I told myself I wasn't going to use acronyms, but I failed, so sorry. For the operating guidelines, based off the discussion from today, Steve will revise the guidelines and then he'll send it off to a few members for review, including Tanya, Tom, and Lisa. The aim is to have revised operating guidelines for discussion and potential action in July. For outreach and communication of recently completed reviews, the review leads for the non-native species review, the water supply reliability estimation review, and the monitoring enterprise review are discussing a potential journal publication from those reviews. Christine, the Delta ISB postdoc, has helped prepare draft summary sheets of the water supply reliability review for a policy audience and also for a secondary audience, like for high school students. Right now, she's just waiting for Jay's reviews and edits. In terms of the discussion on future reviews, Tom Holzer and the other leads are aiming to have a prospectus ready for potential discussion for the August meeting. For environmental flows, Bob Nyman is going to revise his proposal based on the discussion today. And Laurel will send over some information that could help, such as a summary of some of the recent work from the Delta Science Fellow on riparian zones. There's been some changes in the review leads. For food webs, Bob Nyman has volunteered to help out with that review. Obi is interested in helping out with climate change forecasting and scenario development review. And Diane, Virginia, Obi, and Steve, after September 1st, will be interested in helping out with environmental flows. For the environmental flows, these review leads will help think of a seminar or panel to help understand the current thinking on resilience. I'll also make a note, I forgot that Steve, also after September 1st, is interested in helping out with the climate change forecasting and scenario development review. Is there anything anyone would like to add or change to our follow-up items?
Okay, thank you, Edmund. Excellent job as always. Any public comments for items not on the agenda?
Yes, we have a written comment, and I'm going to read it into for the meeting. This is from Daniel Shane from Mountain View. His written comments are: the cumulative impacts from overdrawing water from the Delta, effective land use planning processes, and policies that mandate housing developments at any cost, and a host of other decisions that remove our urban and rural trees, forests, and wildlife habitats, and fail to integrate human infrastructures with the existing natural environment, combined to rapidly growing environmental degradation, climate change, loss of plant and animal species. Survival, livability, and quality of life depends on effective integration of human development with the natural environment and ecosystems. We must proceed with a holistic approach that places higher values on trees, clean water, clean air, wildlife, and more complete ecosystems. And that concludes his comment.
Okay, thanks. Well, thanks everyone for your attention and all your input, and we will see you at our meeting in July, and if not sooner. So we're officially adjourned. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.